We got some, you know, we got some other things cooking today. I think Carmela is like hit me up about something important in my text right now too, so we're gonna have to check on that. But lots of things on the fucking menu today. So we gotta just like get right to it. But hey, Bunzo, hello OPEX. It is gonna be one of those days. Expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Got some lingering questions from yesterday as well to think about. Like that whole kidnapping. And whether or not it actually was, you know, connected. Or whether Sonya was just stoking the paranoia. Are you serious? What the fuck, man? That's like fucking... That's like fucking straight up griefing, man. Dude, my car might actually be fucked too. If this stalls out, I'm gonna be mad. Good luck today. Not sure, but did your name change on Twitch? Yeah, I changed it a while back. Basically, I just wanted to come up with something that was sort of roleplay reference related, but sounded like catchy enough without the reference. And not have it be like my character name. I like it. voiceID is like a really solid roleplay meme. I was actually surprised it was available because of how like universally used it is. Okay, like I said, chat, hope you guys are doing great. It's really great to see you guys. You don't want to miss a stream tonight. We got a lot of things going on, and we're gonna have to get to the thing I'm trying to hype you up about through some other stuff, I think. So I was gonna try to get right into the roleplay today and just enjoy the show. What's up, detention? All right. So, like I said, we're gonna go meet with Norman. Because, I really need to talk to Norman about this case that I just got contacted about. Because, Slacks, is requesting me back for this case. Now, they didn't, Lilith and Ramaswamy didn't tell me anything about the case, really, when they talked to me about the Siobhan stuff, which I'm conflicted from anyway. So we need to talk to Norman and kind of figure out if we can do the case or not do the case or what's going on.
I'm just kidding. You said that he said, you know,
No,
those
no,
two names.
he very clearly said that you ate Grayson and now you're the new Grayson.
What the
I
hell?
walked into a.
Yep.
I walked into.
Anyway,
an,
hi Murphy.
I,
This is probably
Hi,
actually
Norman.
far more important than this.
I heard what the fuck,
Yep.
Norman?
Yeah, there's a whole political parade. They're bringing them down here now.
A political parade?
Yep.
Look at Twatter. Look at Twatter. They're making a whole thing of it. Weaponizing, you know, they're bringing a whole squadron and shit.
Oh, Carmela.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's probably what she was telling me to call her about. So, that's good to know. Do you want to have a talk real quick, Norman? I figure this case is like they want to do it soon.
Yeah. I mean, they're dragging him down here now. So.
Oh, okay, but like I got to talk to you first.
Yeah, we gotta talk. Come on.
Is this the
over
talk
this
that
way.
includes me or no?
Inside. Can we have Gatsby or no, or is it just me?
Actually, yeah, absolutely.
Come along. I don't trust
know you
inside
have-
right now. There's 1,000,000,006 people here, and the walls leak.
All right. Just a disclosure. When I had the initial conversation with Ramaswamy and Fulker yesterday about the attorney concerns, yeah, we did not, and they went out of their way to not really talk any details of the case. But I did have a conversation with them. You do know about that, so I just want your opinions on if I should proceed with handling this matter, or if it's best that I recuse myself, given the peripheral involvement of the other matter that I'm aware of.
Your involvement is extremely on the periphery. I think as far as Judge Gadsby and myself, we've had.
I don't even know
far,
the
far,
charges.
far- Yeah, no, you're fine.
You sure? Because I
You're
don't want to interfere with anything, and I don't want to mess up the case.
No, we've had far, far, far more in-depth conversations with both them and another party.
Okay.
You'll be fine.
Did they find alternate representation?
They had supposedly found Lance Malton, but I can't get a hold of him.
Yeah, I recommended him to them.
That and we also have fucking what's his name, Mortimer.
Acker, Rami, and Mortimer are all here.
Rami is 2-0 in court, but I don't. This might be a little too big for him. Acker's
I would
around,
trust
but
Drac-
he's
I would trust Acker with it, even though he's a paralegal.
yeah, but if he's Siobhan's paralegal, and there's the whole recusal thing.
That's why I never really liked paralegals sticking to one attorney.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
that's what I told Xavier yesterday. Xavier was worried. Okay, you know, I'm sure for reasons you could the two of you could probably figure out. And I basically, you know, I told him, hey, you know, what someone else does is not going to really affect your chances of, you know, getting a job. So don't worry about it. And you know, you can always work for someone else. You know, it's no big deal. But anyway, as long as you two are okay with me taking this case, then I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a very
Um,
specific reason that when whatever concerns were brought up may have been brought up, Crane tasked us with working with it so that the rest of the judiciary wasn't tampered with or involved. So you're fine.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, shit. When are they trying to do this?
Oh, they're here. I don't know if
They're
you can
here?
tell by the blinking lights. They're here.
What about the woke mob? I don't want to miss that.
I'm sure they're in the courtroom waiting for you.
Wait, the woke mob is in the courtroom?
Yes.
Probably.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So all the two things are really. I remember now. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. There's a lot on my mind today, so I'm just trying. I'm hitting the ground running. I got it. I got it. Woke mob is here. Everything's going, and I'm doing the case. Got it. All right. What's the case? What's the charges?
We don't know.
No idea.
We stayed as far away from the criminal
For as
proceeding
much
as possible.
as
All
we
right.
know about it, we also know nothing about it.
All right. All right. Fair enough. Second floor or third floor?
I'd imagine third with the crowd that's been gathered here.
All right.
But
All right. I'll head up there.
okay. You need anything? I might run to go get food or something if you need a delivery.
I do need food. I'll probably need like a bandage or two too if you got one.
I
Okay,
got some
we
food
can-
now.
We can go play fetch if you want, or
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect.
Murphy, don't
Alright.
walk away.
Wait, what?
Bandages at the very least.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
All right. I guess I'll see you guys inside.
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go get stuff and then we'll.
What? I told you. You know, even if we don't actually, because of this court case, get to what I had in mind, you know, at least we got this big case.
No, we are not. Look at slow.
Good evening.
I have a
Good
rash.
evening.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening.
From the sewer.
So this isn't even a big thing that I was talking about that I had planned for tonight. This is a hijack thing that is just as big, if not bigger. So, like I said, even if we end up just doing this court case and run out of time for what we have planned, at least we got something going straight off the bat today. And I have no idea what I'm walking into, which is always fun. They didn't tell me anything about this case. Where's the woke mob?
Day
They're
one.
in the hallway.
They're in the
This is
hallway?
about that.
Yeah, and Slex is bringing down.
Okay.
everybody
I was
from
gonna say, am I in the
above.
right place? I was told this would be a circus.
Well, I think the circus is running in the hallways.
Okay.
I think the circus is missing her damn camera again.
Oh no.
I am going to petition so hard to get my news camera in here. Like, I can live without the food and water for so long, but I can't live without my constitutional right to have my camera in the courtroom.
Ursula, I feel so bad for you on that one.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
No, I really do. I think transparency through journalism is very important, and I like reading the news. You know, it catches me up on things. It's something to do.
Yeah, I might have to, like, I don't know, get my Google glasses going or something. The guy.
Yeah, I'm presiding over the
everything,
case, I guess.
They take literally everything. The only thing I get to keep is my phone. Which is
Gatsby and Norman apparently
wrong
can't
thing.
do it, which is why they're kind of like stepping aside
But at least I'll be able
and
to
trying to
record
get me to
breaking
do it.
news immediately.
I'm not so sure how much I can like reveal about what's going on, but you know, obviously
Oh,
there's
no,
some
it's just,
there's some
I don't want
investigation
to bother
into the
judges
whole
later, so I'm
mayoral
just bringing in my equipment.
conflict of interest right now that is kind of, it seems like it's heating up within the DOJ
Oh,
right now.
Well, I mean, if you want to come down and help.
And
Yeah,
whatever they're
yeah.
looking into about this
Oh, yeah,
case,
come on in.
they can't
So,
take it.
or
And even though I
maybe,
initially
actually just
talked
meet
to
me
them,
outside at the,
I handed it off.
point where that
So
guy
they're
goes,
allowing me to
so-
take the case after I, you know, made my disclosure about the conversation and said, hey, you know, they didn't talk about the details of the case, but, you know, I'm conflicted because my ex-wife was their lawyer, maybe. But they didn't tell me anything about the case that could conflict me, and they said it was okay. So that's good. That's good enough for me. I'm fine with that. As long as it's been, you know, as long as it's been approved, because like I only care if I find out biased information about a case, which I really just don't know what's going on right now. This is not what the plan this is not what the plan was when I started the stream, and I have no idea what's going on. So that's about as unconflicted as you can possibly be, I guess. I mean, I guess, right? Like, just taking a confused Murph off the street and putting him on a case. But yo, dudes. Night is young. I just ate some dinner. Pop the stream on. And I'm feeling good.
Judge.
Yes.
That spoke to MRPD. There's a little hiccup with our 2 people suspect. A little bit of a woke mob at MRPD, but they will be on their way shortly.
Okay. All right. I
Okay.
was wondering where
Thank
they
you.
were.
Yeah, I was wondering too, and then I saw there were some photos on Twitter, so now it all makes sense. Yeah.
Well, you know, I just got kind of thrust into this myself, so having a minute to
Oh,
adjust to my new plan for the evening isn't so
wonderful.
bad. So take your time.
Okay. Yeah, grab yourself a coffee.
Yep, yep. That's so funny. Well, now suddenly, basically, I had something pretty special planned, and I was you know, feeling a little pressure, you know, like, all right, let's do, you know, let's do this, let's execute this plan, and hopefully it goes well. Now I'm under, like, I had to shelve that pressure, and I'm under a court case pressure. I have to make a decision. Isn't that just everyone's least favorite thing to do, is make a decision?
Yeah.
100%. 100%.
May not always be on everyone's side, but you know,
Yo,
at least we do.
welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream.
Here you go.
Got a
Oh,
lot
God, this
got a
looks
lot cooking for you guys
Yeah,
tonight.
absolutely.
Got our first proper court case in the prime time hours that
Do they
you know,
take your,
it's
food
got a
and
lot
stuff
of
too, or
got
no?
a, got a lot of
Yeah, they do.
anticipation around it, seems like. So I'm pretty
Just
pumped about
curious.
that.
Yeah, it is.
And hopefully it will allow time for us to squeeze in what we
Yeah,
had
they're
in
breaking
mind
us down, so that's gonna be
for
interesting.
today. But if not,
catch
there's
it?
no
No,
that doesn't
everything's,
cancel
I
anything.
think,
It's like there's actually
about
literally
to take a break.
well, there's a
Yeah.
little bit of
Oh,
a
okay. Well,
time
let me know when we go.
constraint now, but not really. Oh no. So we're not stressing it. We're not stressing anything. But I never like to hype everybody up and then like things fall through. At least if things fall through tonight, we have like replacement court case. What's going on, man? City Hall is such a drag. Oh shit. I wasn't the only one. All right, so this is gonna maybe be a long court case, and we're gonna see like how things kind of perform throughout a court case. Have you guys watched like a really long bench trials with lots of people? And like you know, what was that like? A lot of head pops. I've only been to like shorter bench trials in the smaller room so far. So I haven't been at a court case even just watching long enough to notice if like a ton of people head pop, because like I think Siobhan just head popped too. I just saw her on my Steam, so you must have. And she's in City Hall too. When a ton of people are at City Hall, man, we'll see what happens. The woke mob must be here. I hope I don't run into the judge queue problem that I had last time again, though. That would be too bad. Well, while we're figuring this out, and I'm spamming connect. You know, like I've always wondered if I would ever accidentally click on just like the public server one day and just like absent-mindedly accidentally roleplay in the public server, because it's just like they're right close to each other on the side of the forum page. I think it would be funny if I just woke up in the public server. I was like, oh, this seems different. I'm gonna give this a bit more time. But last time this froze up on me when I went for a bathroom break, and it, you know, it's not really supposed to take that long. When these crashes happen, it's like the regular queue is a little more stable than this judge queue for some reason. Okay, let's just check the regular queue. This might just be better. So, chat, you got any hot info for me? Like, is pretty much like is City Hall pretty much dusted? Like, is everybody did everybody DC? Did the whole server crash? Try Judge Q one more time. Everyone DC, thank you. All right, well, I guess we're just chilling for a minute, chat. How's everybody's evening going? Hope you guys have been enjoying all the spicy roleplay lately. I sent out a tweet earlier about it, but you know, just want to say like it's kind of awesome, and certainly humbling when so many peers in NoPixel can like just pick up pieces of like my storyline and spin it into these spaces of enjoyment, and like all these different threads are kind of spiraling out of this divorce. It's really cool, and again, like kind of humbling in a way, you know, like people are having so much fun just because Murphy's kind of a dick, and that's pretty cool. Keep spamming it up, chat. Keep spamming it up. I don't give a fuck, chat. I like this song. Yeah, last time this happened, it took like 5-10 minutes for the judge queue to start working. Like people started getting in. I think when it crashes, like probably crash prio kicks in and like everybody crashed through the regular queue gets like a cooldown from like role based queue. I don't even know. Like there's either a reason for the way it happens, or it's just like it hangs up, or one queue is prioritized. But either way, it's definitely something we got to keep in mind when this happens. With the judge queue. You boss. Why you gotta do that? There's been 2 crashes. That's no good. That's no good. Yeah, man, I'd love to have, you know, what worries me is like I don't like the idea that, you know, people can't do what they want to do. It's like, you know, there's apparently this big woke mob coming through, right? And I'd love to have them there. But I mean, we might need an alternate venue, man, cuz like if it's like a shit ton of people, City Hall is going to be hurting, bro. I fear that we're going to be looking at the queue screen a lot. I suspect that, you know, I mean, the city hall is not like a complex geometric asset. So I suspect, just with end user level intuition, not knowing shit about anything, basically, I would suspect that there might be an abnormal number of lighting calculations happening server side. If any of that is done server side, that might be the issue that's causing the whole server to crash. That would be my best guess, because there's a lot of really good light and really cool lighting in City Hall. So, like, let's say if one client is in the lobby, if all the lighting in the building is being instanced at the moment, and then per client, like, that could be a reason for it, but it could be anything. I don't know shit, but you know, the issues that I sense graphically, like the strain on my GPU and stuff, it seems all lighting related. Which is why, like, generally speaking, I could live without the RTX stuff and the lighting, because like I just I would rather have reliable, consistent performance until the technology is more well known industry wide, and like they can optimize it better overall, because it's just like you'll have a good time, and then you'll get like around some foliage that's like fuck you, and then you're fucking FPS tanks. I'm not just talking about like No Pixel, I'm talking about like Cyberpunk, like any game that has like complex lighting. You know, if every square inch of the map isn't just like given an entire pass to make sure that there's nothing weird, then you're always going to have these moments where FPS tanks. And I just shouldn't have shitty lighting when I'm playing a game, and just not have constant frame drops. This is so, are people loading in by now, though? But hopefully we're able to do this case. Oh, shit. I wanted to join the regular queue this time. The judge queue is still fucked up. Oh, I'm 8 now. I'm gonna put on doing court. Classical. Put my thinking cap on, chat. Mostly everyone is back in. I wonder if they still have buffer slots. I mean, I'm the judge in the case, so... Ah, yes! Saved! Saved! Let's get some fucking pogs in the chat for that one. And knock on wood that's the end of that. So, yeah. We got this investigation going on. Well, when I say we, I mean, like, that's what's going on, not that we are involved in it at this point. There seems to be an investigation, an ethical investigation going on into Siobhan, which basically which basically means that all of the acting out publicly that she did to try to get back at Murphy, while Murphy was pretty much just, you know, with Carmela, for the most part, chilling, you know, all of this stuff has come back to bite her, I think. Because now there seems to be a question of ethics involving her relationship with Max and her professional representation of Max's opponent. Very, very spicy stuff. Very, very spicy stuff. And we have to be very careful how we move because it's really fun under the circumstances, because we're looking good right now, and she, you know, her actions are having immediate ramifications. So we're kind of winning. We're winning the divorce by, like, we're not really winning the divorce because of the kid, though, and that's the thing. But if you take that out of the equation, Murphy is, like, up good significantly. Finally! I found my pencil. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Judge.
It's not quite everyone. There's a lot of people still making their way here.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I
Hi.
wasn't gonna say okay. Everyone's here. Where's the gavel? Yeah. All right. Hopefully that's the last of that, though.
Mhm.
How many people are we waiting on just for plaintiffs and I mean defendant prosecution?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Everyone?
yes, yeah, they
All
were
right,
all
cool.
in the vehicles at the same time. Yeah, and then they all had headaches.
All right, that's cool. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I'm in no hurry. As I said, I've been thrust
Okay.
into this blind, so all the time that
Are
everyone
are
needs
you
to
blind?
get ready. No, 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 no. I'm not blind. I said I
Oh,
got sort of
okay.
thrust into this case without knowing that I was
Okay.
necessarily doing this case right now. So
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
yeah.
Great.
Well, I mean that's kind of like perfectly unbiased. I don't know anything about this case.
Oh, exciting. Yeah, that's great. Like blind justice, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But you're not blind.
no.
Okay, good.
Where do you find those?
Murphy, you need food?
Do I need food? Yes,
Oh.
yes.
Gotcha. There's a bottle of water. There's a glizzy, as these kids call them these days.
A glizzy, perfect.
Yep. And a gas station hamburger.
I don't mind gas station food sometimes. All right, music back on.
How you doing?
Wow.
Glad to see you got your camera, Ursula.
Yeah, Cornwood helped.
That was very nice of him.
Yeah,
Oh.
he believes in First Amendment rights
This is
and all
good.
that. Well, at least for, what are we calling me? Actual reporters, not flash in the pan tabloid shit.
Oh, hey, chat. Remember April? Remember how
What happened
April?
there with you, Murphy?
Remember how April used to ask Murphy out all the time when he was dating Siobhan, and he would kind of rebuff her advances. Remember that? I'm sorry. What?
Oh,
You okay if I have it there with you?
No, I don't mind.
Just to watch?
Yeah, come on.
Hell
The more the
yeah.
merry. I'd love a bit of backup. Yeah, Norman and Gatsby can't be involved in the case, so happy
they're
for the
Are
help.
you
conflicted?
a, are you
Yeah,
a
yeah.
judge right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I thought I wasn't sure if you were going lawyer or judge. I must have I was trying
No,
to figure out.
I've been a judge for a
Cool.
few weeks.
Nice. I look forward to your court cases in the future.
Thank you. I think I have one that's coming up in the next 3 days, unless they back out.
Nice.
Am I allowed to
Oh,
be a bailiff? if I'm running for mayor
shit.
technically here?
Let's go, everybody. Good to see you.
Your Honor, over here. Y'all
Oh
over there.
wow, okay.
Go on, cuff him once you get there, right?
Order, order,
Oh my
order.
God.
Settle down.
That's a
They
question
just
for Murphy.
arrest
Mhm.
mayors now?
Sorry, Cornwood. Did you have a question for me?
Yeah, if I'm technically running for mayor.
Does somebody have a match
It's not. Am I allowed to be the bailiff here?
Anybody have a
I mean,
match?
if I'm getting involved in the case, I'm just
They
kinda
take
keeping
all our
order.
stuff
Yes,
when we come in.
you can be the bailiff.
Okay, just making sure.
You're good. You're good. That's fine.
10-4, just making sure we're all good.
10-4.
But if it is all the same to you, Cornwood,
Oh,
since you are, I'll probably have my fellow judge here swear people in.
absolutely.
That'll work for you.
It's all good with me.
Hey Murphy.
Yeah.
You'll have to forgive me. I've got a bit of a headache, but the oath is just, do you swear to tell the whole truth?
Oh, hi,
I
Siobhan.
keep forgetting there's 3 things. The truth, the whole truth, and
The
nothing
truth,
but the truth.
the whole
like
truth,
that.
nothing but the truth. So help you,
So help me,
whoever.
quote.
Yeah.
Yeah, whoever. Okay, cool.
Hi.
Throw that one out there. Might as well. Hello, Mr. Rumsquammy. Hello, Miss Folker. How are you? How are you two doing today?
Doing so good. How about yourself?
Very
Doing
good,
so
very
good.
good.
How about yourself?
Wonderful. I see you found a Mr. Malton there. So, have you? Has he had enough time to prepare for your defense here today?
I mean, I'll be honest, Your Honor. As things come up, you know, we might request a few minutes, like here and there. But yeah, we talked about it in the cells for a little bit.
All right, that's fine with me, as long as everybody's happy and ready to go. Well, I mean, I'm sure we're not ready to go just yet, but how about you all be sure to let me know when everybody's accounted for, as people sort of stagger in.
I mean, it's the prosecution's case. I don't know who they're calling or what they're submitting, so I guess it's on them to get this ball started. You know, we have more time to wait than they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but you,
Your Honor. Go, sir.
Go ahead, Captain.
I was gonna say, Prosecutor Hall should be here momentarily, and we have 3 witnesses plus 2 police officers.
All right. How about you just raise me when you got all your people here, and I think they have all their people here. I think already, right?
I believe so. Yeah, he just got here to the city hall, so
Okay.
he should be here any minute.
All right, perfect. Yeah. Get this underway just as soon as everyone's here.
Well, Your Honor, sorry for the wait.
That is quite all right. What's up, Screen Fresh? What's up? You fail again. How you doing? Angel, do you know anything about this case?
Not really, no.
Neither do I.
That's probably for the best.
It actually literally is for the best.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, I'm completely blind here, so.
Hello, Rami.
Hi, Rami.
I gotta grab my my soda. Day one.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
How are ya?
do you have a moment?
Absolutely.
Could you please approach the bench?
Excuse me, counselor for the prosecution. What's your name, sir?
Oliver Hall, Your Honor.
Oh, right, you did. You did some work for me. Okay, yeah. All right. Did you dye your? Wait, did you dye your hair? I just wanted to know who you were. That's all. You can go back to
Oh
it.
no, that's okay. No, I haven't dyed my hair.
Okay. Thought you were a brunette. Anyway, as you were.
Well, I mean, you're still required to, so I would.
Way to pay attention, Judge Braun.
They're still scheduled, okay?
And can you remind me what this court case is? Is this the one?
First of all, I'm sorry I wasn't paying attention to his hair color in that
The one on the
situation
docket, yes.
when he was representing me.
That's regarding POV, yes.
Attention to detail, very important for your job, you know.
I'll get that sorted out.
That was a
Please have
personal
them-
matter.
Please have them reply to the docket post as well.
Your
if they need,
Honor!
Okay?
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Mr. K.
You're welcome.
It's really great to see you. I hope you've been good. Congratulations on your new position. I know you're going to do amazing. If anyone could do the job of a judge, it is you, sir. You know the law inside and out, and I am truly happy to see you in this position.
Thank you very much, Mr. K. I'm sure
Objection,
you
Your
are.
Honor, glazing.
Oh, Murphy's he's just a great man. He's just a great man.
That he is.
Thank you, Mr. K.
Yep, anytime.
My dear
Good
friend.
to see ya.
Good to
Lucky
see
he's
you.
not
Good to see
sworn
you,
in. Could get him
Scrappy.
for perjury on that one.
Sucking up to
The
judges.
Smash Bros announcer. Holy shit.
I just
Oh, we got quite the crowd for this one today, huh?
It's not that surprising. These cases usually do draw a big crowd. I mean, he is a pretty large political figure, so it's bigger than the last one, though.
First big trial of 4.0.
Nothing else. Yeah, I'm pretty
Well,
sure Judge tells
you know,
you
trial
that
by
it's
fire, I
not
guess.
defense to be up here.
I suppose so.
What did she speak to you about, sir?
So is this civil or I forget the word. I'm sorry.
How's it look?
I think it's criminal.
A criminal.
Hey,
Sorry, criminal. I
Angel,
apologize. I've had a bad headache. So
Angel, I've literally never done this before. I'm
you've never done a
scared.
bench trial?
I'm scared. No, I did a bench trial.
Oh, you never done what? Like presided a case with this many people?
It's only my second court case.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, like, what's the worst that could happen? When there's barely any rules, right?
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. All right,
Yeah,
I'll be
take a
fine.
deep breath.
I'll
In
be
and out.
fine. I'll be fine.
You got this. In through the mouth, out the nose. Okay. I'll be here with you every step of the way too.
Weaponized incompetence arc.
Found out that it's not always going to be sunshine and rainbows being Surge's assistant.
You want to come this way next to the judges?
No, not when he tells me that.
What's
Attorneys?
up?
Malton?
What? Yes, Murphy.
Could you just come up here? Think we got a
Oh, yeah,
sidebar
sure.
situation?
Oh, all right.
No, I think he's learned that I'm not putting up with.
Sorry, Arnie. Just want to let you know that I know that you were sent over a report, from my understanding, with some charges on it. We are intending to amend that slightly. I don't know if you want to go over that now, or if you want to just as we get started.
Whatever you present when this starts is the first that I've seen of really anything to do with this case. So, you know, whatever charges you're here to present, you know, do what you got to do. How much time do you need to get everything together?
I think we're just about prepared. Do you want us to include that on the report that's been sent over, with the charges that we're pursuing, or do you want us to just take care of that?
What is
All right, what is the report?
Yeah, I'm gonna. So we exported this report into also a link I can send you as well. It's gonna be incident number 720.
Is
titled
Mr.
Bobby
Hall
Charles-
is Mr. Hall talking about the report that you sent me yesterday? Or wait, no. Never mind. Never mind. I was thinking of something else.
No, that's completely different. Mr. Hall's talking about. We sent over the lawyer the report with all the information, all our evidence, all our probable cause to the suspect, so they can see it with the lawyers as well too.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can someone send me whatever you're talking about, and that way I can know what you're talking about?
Sure. Let me send you a link right now, actually.
Make sure you send me a copy as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it with the both of you.
Could I just know what the added charges are going to be? Just because we were talking about the charges they initially
Did
gave
y'all
us
get that?
themselves.
Yes, I did.
Yep. The dreaded docs.
Like I said, it mirrors the report right here. It's just we just kind of exported for them to be able to look at the evidence and see what's going on.
Okay.
Great job, Charlie.
So,
So
what are you trying to amend to it then?
Yeah, we're looking to amend for Miss Folker, attempted first-degree murder with a lesser included offense of attempted second, and then brandishing, and then similar thing for Mr. Ramaswamy, just the attempted accessory to attempted first, and then lesser included of attempted second as an accessory.
All right. Well, if you think that those charges can be substantiated in this court case, then that's fine. I mean, this isn't on the docket, so
I'm sorry.
there's no real way for you to amend those within a time frame for me. So I mean, I don't know if Malton has any objections to this. Then you know, now's the time for him to speak.
I mean, I'll be honest, Your Honor. I've gone back and forth on this. I believe this is a DOJ policy. Do you want them to go for one charge and then it's like an all or nothing, or do you as the judges want to have the option to include the lesser related charge? Last thing I want is for people to be pushed. Oh yeah, this is we're pushing assault with a deadly attempted first. You get what I'm saying, right? Like I think they should just push the top level charge, and then if you want to drop it to second, then that's your prerogative.
that's
But
crazy.
I don't think an attempt at stacking is really appropriate. But
Oh no, that's not what I'm trying to do. That's essentially what I'm trying to do. Just include the two charges.
that's what I'm saying. I think that's more DOJ policy for the judges than for me to,
Yeah,
say. Like, do you want them to push everything that it could be under the sun, or would you rather they just push the top charge and you as judges have the discretion to include the lesser one if you feel?
Yo,
they don't
welcome
push that
everybody.
Top charge.
Okay, so look. Again, I'm completely blind to this thing. I'm still catching up reading this report, and I just see the charges, and you know, I still am not sure, Malton, if you object to this or not.
All right, no, okay, sorry. Then yes, I object. If they don't know what charges they want to push, they have 30 days. They should have continued their goddamn investigation. No, there you go.
Thank you. Okay, and so what is your counter argument to that?
Certainly, Judge. We're not deciding on charges. We've decided on, again, the attempted first and attempted second. The attempted
Paralegal.
second is just a lesser included offense. If we fail to meet our burden for the attempted first, then
All right.
again, we're still pressing attempted second. So
Hey, Bones.
again,
All
we
right,
can be
so-
found guilty.
Hey.
So here's
on.
where I'm at with this.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
the
stuck.
time that you just spent confusing
Stuck.
me, and Malton just spent confusing
Man.
me, you could have just upped it to first, and I could just bust it down to second in my decision later.
There you go.
If
perfect.
that's the
all,
yeah.
That's all we need.
Okay,
Super.
perfect. That's fine.
Right.
That was very confusing. But I think we figured it out.
Yeah. I think it took us a while to explain it, but it's exactly.
That's
what we want.
fine. That's fine. No, as long as we're all on the same page, that's good.
Yeah, we are.
You two,
Malton,
you two
you
need
good?
food up there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yo, Norm, can I talk to you over here in the corner?
Uh,
You two need food up there? Oh yeah.
I
could
got
use something.
I got some food, but Angel needs some.
Yeah, please.
Thank
Thank you.
Hey, good luck out there, Your Honors.
you, Rami. Thank you.
Rami, would you please step off the bench?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Thank
Trooper.
you. Don't call me that. I'm not a trooper. Thank you. No, it's some water. Do you want some?
Yeah, I should probably take the whiskey and the rum off my hot bar for now. All right. I want your honest opinion.
Yeah.
Was that as confusing of a way to ask that for you as it was for me?
Yeah, I don't know why they asked it like that. They should have just asked if they could add some charges on.
Well, no, like not even add charges, just up it to first.
Yeah, I think that I'm gonna be honest.
I think they weren't sure if like second would just like be excluded if they did that. So I think
Yeah,
that's
I
why
mean,
they were
I-
asking it like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think our policy has always been if it's the charge is too high, we can drop it down at our discretion. So that was very confusing, though.
Agreed. Give me just like 2 seconds.
Shit goes hard, right? Okay, fucking all these people retweeting from fucking towing partners. Nobody gives a fuck. Yeah. I'm 2-0. I'm 2-0. I'm kind of like a lawyer type shit.
Do you know who we're still missing?
No, I told
trying
them.
to be a bar certified
Mhm.
attorney. It'd be mean a lot if you guys retweet my tweet.
I don't think it'd be a professional if I did that, Rami.
What are you
I-
talking about?
I
We're gonna be on the same team soon.
Well, I support you in your endeavors in seeking new
So you can't
employment.
retweet me saying, "Oh, need legal representation" type shit.
I think that would be a tacit endorsement of you as a legal aid.
I think unprofessional is having a fucking court. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Listen,
Our,
as
our
a-
endorsements are internal. You know, we
Yeah,
we
we'll
recommend
do
you to
that
Crane.
internally. Yes.
Thank
We'll
you
do
so
the
much.
important ones, Rami.
All right, hold on. We're ready.
Your Honor, we're ready to go. We're ready.
All right.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm right now.
Okay, you know, took some coming together, but it appears we are ready to begin. We are here today to hear a criminal matter of the people versus Vivek Ramaswamy and Lilith Fulker. Lilith Fulker stands accused of attempted first-degree murder 1 time, brandishing a non-firearm 1 time. Mr. Ramaswamy stands accused of 1 time attempted first-degree murder. I'm going to go ahead and call this into session and read the... do we have a statement of claim from the prosecution, or are we just... is this a bench trial?
We're prepared for an opening statement. That's right, Judge. I mean, I can give a brief
All right.
statement.
That's fine, because I would usually read the statement of claim in a properly prepared case on the docket or something. So just needed to know. All right, so gonna go ahead and call this into session. I'm gonna have the defendants enter their pleas and then begin with opening statements. Ms. Fulker, please stand forward.
There's lots of people. Big case.
Ms. Fulker, to the charge of 1 time attempted first-degree murder, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
And to the charge of 1 time brandishing a non-firearm, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right, so entered. You may step back. Mr. Ramaswamy, please step forward.
Hey, how are ya?
Wonderful, wonderful. To the charge of attempted... The charge of 1 time attempted first-degree murder accessory, how do you plead?
Judge, my answer is not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Guilty.
All right. Noted for the record, Mr. Ramaswamy, you may step back.
A great question. Thank you so much.
All right. Moving on. Prosecution, the floor is yours to deliver your opening statement.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, he said opening statement for you.
Hey, Judge, can I proceed?
That's what I'm looking for right now, Mr. Hall. Your
All right,
opening
thank you.
statement.
Thank you. Your Honors, ladies and gentlemen, despite your history, you did a fucking shit job. Now, those are almost the last words heard by Bobby Charles. Now, those words were made by one of the defendants in this case, Miss Little Fulker. Now, she uttered those words just before she plunged her knife straight into Mr. Charles's neck in an attempt to fatally kill him. Now, this case all started on December 27, 2023. Mr. Charles was working as a security guard. He was working for Mr. Ramaswamy, another co-defendant in this case. Mr. Ramaswamy, of course, is running for mayor, you see. And it was Mr. Charles's job to protect him. Now, early in the day, again on the 27th,
Thanks for the sub,
Mr.
McFunk. Appreciate
Ramaswamy
it.
was
Show some love,
unfortunately
guys.
stabbed. He had to be taken to the hospital. And again, it was Mr. Charles's job to ensure that Mr. Ramaswamy was fully protected. Mr. Ramaswamy at that time felt that his image could not be compromised. I mean, if he could not protect himself, ensure that he wasn't stabbed, what could that say for him as mayor? If he can't protect himself, how could he protect the citizens of Los Santos? So, in an attempt to rehabilitate his image and to stop any further blemishes on his record, he made a plan. He made a plan with his co-defendant, Miss Fulker, his campaign manager. They made a plan to seek revenge on Mr. Charles. to try and kill him. And they proceeded with that plan. Now, on the 27th, they met with Mr. Charles. They got him in his car, and they drove. Now, Mr. Charles, being an experienced security guard, he knew something was wrong. He knew something was up.
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right, to proceed, Judge?
Yeah, is everybody okay?
Yeah, I'm
All right.
okay.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. As I was saying, Mr. Charles knew something was wrong. Mr. Ramaswamy and Miss Volker were acting strangely. So he did the right thing, and he contacted a good friend of his, Mr. Carmine Costello. He texted him frantically, trying to get help. You see, Miss Volker and Mr. Ramaswamy were taking Mr. Charles to the Chumash Pier. Now, when they got to the pier, they forced him out of the car, and eventually Miss Volker pulled out a knife. She forced Mr. Charles to his knees, and eventually she uttered those fateful words. Now, Mr. Charles was not very lucky that day. He was unfortunately stabbed, almost died. But he did the right thing by contacting Mr. Costello. For you see, Mr. Costello luckily found his way to the scene and was able to not only contact authorities so that Mr. Charles luckily could be saved, but he brought a friend with him who recorded the entire incident on camera.
He's
Now-
not my friend. I'm sorry.
Anyway, as I was saying, after this all occurred, Mr. Charles luckily was saved. He was given proper medical treatment, and he survived. And that's when things really started to get underway. For you see, after attempting to murder Mr. Charles,
Look at
Miss
Siobhan
Volker
bathed
and
in
Mr.
light over
Ramaswamy
there.
fled the scene. They discarded evidence. They threw away the knife they used in an attempt to kill Mr. Charles. But luckily, we had some very skilled investigators in this case. And, Your Honors, you're going to meet them later on throughout the proceeding. That being Captain Slacks and, of course, Officer Ruby York. And they investigated this case, and eventually they collected the evidence and even conducted interrogations of the defendants. And you'll hear through the course of trial that during those interrogations, both of the defendants lied. They tried to cover up their involvement in this
Your Honor,
matter.
am I able to object to an opening statement, or would you prefer me to wait?
No, I want to pay attention to this. Wait until
All right,
after, please.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. As I was saying, they lied. They did all they could to cover up their involvement. And that's really why we're here. So, Your Honor, to make this simple, I'd like you to think of this case in really three sections. First is the conspiracy. The defendants engaged in a conspiracy to attempt to murder Mr. Charles. They made a plan, and then they executed it. Next is the attempt to murder. They lured him to the pier and stabbed him straight in the neck. And third is the cover-up. They talked to investigators, and they lied. No, Your Honor, at the end of trial, I'm going to ask you the same thing that I ask you now. And that will be to find both defendants guilty of all charges. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall. Going to turn it over to the defense. Mr. Malton, are you prepared to deliver your opening remarks?
Well, I would like to, once again, Your Honor, I'm not sure how you want to do this.
Yep.
Some things within his opening statement I would like to object and have stricken.
All right, well, it's not testimony, so I'm not going to strike it. It's rhetoric.
Perfect. All right.
So
Well, then, we'll just we'll just continue on then. I mean, look, if none of this is testimony, then who gives a shit? Let's get on with the actual trial. These investigators,
Excuse
they're
me,
not skilled.
excuse me, Mr. Malton. I'm going to stop you right there.
All right.
You know, I don't know if you think that this is a you know, a dive bar or your buddy's house, but you know, I'm half inclined to just have you go change into some proper attire before doing this court case, first of all. But I don't want to waste everybody's time. So instead, I'm just going to ask you to show a little decorum and watch your sailor mouth and how you're talking to me, and act professionally. Could you do that for me, Mr. Malton?
I sure can, Your Honor. Apologies.
All right. I might start calling you counselor if you do that for me.
You can call me whatever you want. It is your court, Your Honor. All right. Look, I'm not going to hit it point by point everything. I'll just hit the facts here. Prosecution is going to try to paint this as like something malice, something predetermined, something planned. In reality, what this was is this was just a threesome that got out of hand. You know, there was I can't use my sailor mouth here, but this was a consensual encounter that might have gone a little too far. So I will refrain from using words to describe what that encounter was like at this time. I'm sure we'll hear all about these skilled investigators and how the clients allegedly lie. But I see nothing in this report that indicates that these investigators were skilled. No offense to the prosecution, of course. But they found trash off a pier. Wow. They found a knife on the beach. Amazing. None of that actually connects to anything that allegedly happened on the pier. The statements that these clients gave, that they supposedly lied about, they're not in these reports at all. I see no recordings of interrogation tapes, no written down statements of what these two said. So I would love to get to the part when they say a lie, but that, you know, now is not the time for that. What this is this is sloppy investigative work and
Heard it
trying
a
to push
million
charges
times.
against a mayoral candidate so they could get in good with the press, which, as you can see, there is already here. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Malton. Okay, prosecution. We're going to move on to your side. You are to present your arguments. Do you have witnesses or evidence you'd wish to examine at this time?
Yes, thank you, Judge. The people call Bobby Charles to the stand.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Charles, please approach the witness stand and be sworn in. Thank you.
You're
Judge
just gonna stand? Okay.
Judge Angel, please swear in the witness.
Mr. Charles, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, Han?
Of course, Your Honor.
All right, he's been sworn in.
All right, thank you. Prosecution, it is your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello there, Mr. Charles. How are we today?
Yeah, doing amazing. Amazing. You know, I recently got married. Unofficially, but recently married.
Wow, congratulations. Well, listen, I got a couple questions for you. Now, first off, why don't you tell me a little bit about your employment experience?
My employment experience. What can I say? It's the honorably discharged from Bolingbrook Penitentiary. I still receive pension till this day. Honorably discharged. I get a $10,000 check every day. Honorable. Honorable. All the documents got burned, but it's honorable.
All right, and what has been your most recent employment?
My most recent employment. Let me try and. My most recent employment. It was. I was a security guard for a campaign.
And that's Mr. Ramaswamy's campaign?
Yeah, Mr. Ramaswamy.
All right, and were you working for Mr. Ramaswamy on the 27th of December, 2023?
Of course I was.
All right, now why don't you tell me a little bit about what happened that day?
What happened that day? This was. Listen, I'm not sure if the courtroom needs to hear. These are some pretty dirty words that I'm about to say.
Please feel free to be unfiltered, sir.
It was a tale of love, a tale of love and thievery and jealousy, almost like a movie. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was I saw Vivek, and oh God, I didn't know what to think. We just, me and Vivek, we had a connection from the moment I saw him. It was just Oh, I was in love the moment I saw Vivek.
All right, so let me just stop you there. 'Cause
Okay,
I
so
have
in
another
love
question
had
for
a
you.
connection.
Why don't you tell me about what you can recall at approximately 7 p.m. Eastern, again on the 27th?
What can I recall? You know, I remember that day like it was yesterday. I was at the pier with Vivek and Lilith at Chumash, and we were doing some indecent things on that pier. We should have done it behind closed doors, but you know, for the thrill of it, you got to do it at Chumash. So, what happened was,
If I can, sir, why don't you back up a little bit and tell me how you got to the pier?
well, of course, Lilith drove us, me and Vivek. We were in a car.
How did you know to meet with him?
Had I know to meet with him, I was doing security detail.
All right, at that point, you got in the car, decided to drive to the pier.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And did you communicate with
I wish I could look
anyone
at
else
Twatter
inside
right
the
now.
car on the way to the pier?
Did I communicate outside of anybody? I do believe I did send a message to Carmine.
All right. What was the context of those messages?
The context was me and Vivek was actually filming something for his fans only. As you know, Vivek is a cuck and he likes to see his wife get railed on his website, and he was going to film me and Lilith. And so the context was we were role playing. What was it? It was kinky BDSM knife play sex, and that's what was the context was. You know, we want to make it seem as real as possible.
I see.
I'm sorry, Art. It looks like someone's jackhammering in the
Sounds like
gallery
Vivek's
there.
wife getting drilled.
Mm-hmm. I have heard that.
That's exactly right.
Wait, am I doing something wrong?
Yeah, you were drilling the
Right,
floor.
Yeah.
How'd you get that in here?
It's no heavy machinery, please.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes. I think the construction is over.
All right, thank you. Now, if I can, Mr. Charles, I'd like you to take a look at Exhibit D. You have that readily available?
You'll have to show it to him.
I don't have a phone. I'm a simple man. I don't believe in materialistic things such as mobile devices.
I see.
Can you just describe the photo or whatever it is?
I'm going to be present again. It's Exhibit D. It's your phone record, sir. Let me just, to make things simple, I'm not sure to get that over to you.
Okay,
I'll just go ahead and read one of the texts.
I did text that.
All right. And why did you say that?
I play.
Fuck, I can't. Okay,
role
I have
play.
to use it
That's
within
what it
scene.
was. You know, we like to stay in character at all times when we do this, just to make it.
Sorry
feel as
for the
genuine
audio
as
cutout.
possible.
Okay. And what happened once you got to the pier?
What happened once we got to the pier? I could Vivek. We were confessing our love to each other, and then once we got to
I
the,
switched scenes and it fucked with my audio
we were
settings
confessing our
for
love.
a second.
Me and Lilith, we began the kinky BDSM knife play.
And what did that entail?
You want me to go in detail on this?
Yes.
Of course, what it entailed, it entailed
So embarrassing.
a lot of. I mean, you can probably put two and two together. There was a knife involved, kinky.
Sir, I'd like you to explain it to me.
Sure, you want me to explain this in detail?
Yes, sir. Please explain.
Well, of course, I remember it. It was a cloudy day. We were on the pier. Vivek had Vivek was planned on filming it to his website, his fans only.
Okay, we already got through that.
Can you please stew quietly in the gallery and keep the distractions to a minimum?
But yes, to continue. There was a knife, and we were preparing all the proper safety procedures, which that clearly didn't go over well. We had our safe word. It was. Do you want to know what the safe word was?
What was a safe word?
I do believe it was bazinga. That was the safe word.
Bazinga.
Bazinga was the safe word.
All right. And at what point did you say bazinga?
I never said bazinga.
Okay. And I do want to clarify. So, the defendant, Miss Folker, she was on the scene, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And she had a knife out, right?
Yes, a knife. A sex knife. A sex knife.
Right. And at what point she stabbed that knife into your neck, didn't she?
Well, it was all a part of the
Just
kinky
answer any yes or no,
BDSM.
sir.
Yes.
I mean that's leading, Your Honor. It's his witness. You shouldn't have to answer yes or no. You should just tell a story.
What's your rule on that one, Judge?
Repeat the question.
She stabbed you, didn't she?
It's a yes or no question. It's leading. It's his witness.
Sustained. Find a better way to get there.
Certainly, Judge. All right. And what happened with that knife, Mr. Charles?
What happened with that knife was, I don't know. I'm not one who likes to keep his kinky sex crusty knives. I don't know. I don't know what happened to the knife.
You don't know what happened to the knife?
I'm gonna also object. I mean, we could clearly see from the video. I don't think it's appropriate for this man to be speculating based off what happened after he was down on the pier.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna sustain that. Also, counselor, this is your witness. The interrogative questioning is gonna get hit with leading one after the other. So, if you want to treat this witness as hostile and request that, you can do that. But it's your witness, so you can't be that interrogative with him.
Certainly, Judge. All right, now, Mr. Charles. At any point during this were you injured?
Can you repeat that one more time?
Did you sustain any injuries?
Great question. Much better.
Did I sustain any? I'd say the only injury that I sustained was a broken heart.
Okay. Were you stabbed in the neck?
No, I was not stabbed.
All right. I'd like to have you take a look at an exhibit, Mr. Charles.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be Exhibit G.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure the best way to get that over to you, but
Exhibit
do you have
G,
that up, sir?
video.
Take a look.
Oh, Exhibit G. Yeah, I'm familiar with that one.
All right, sir. Can you just identify the individuals in that video?
Identify the. Of course I can. My lovely sex partner Vivek and Lilith was also in there. The kinky BDSM sex partner.
Okay. And I would like, if you can, to go to a particular timestamp of that video.
Ooh, particular
At
timestamp.
50 seconds, and then watch to the end, please.
50 seconds and then watch.
That's right.
That's still a very delicate video. You know what? Do I have to watch it?
Yes,
Still
please watch
very
it, sir.
Please watch it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So what about it? 50 seconds till the end.
All right. What happens?
What happens? I know, exactly what happens.
This is very interesting.
Yo, 1 second. Can somebody send me that? Because I want you to know I didn't look at any of that.
Wait, did you say you looked at it, Mr. Charles?
Oh, no, I did not say that I looked at it. I just need somebody.
Okay.
I don't have a phone. I don't believe in material
How are you
things.
gonna watch it without a phone, Mr. Charles?
Good question. How am I? So therefore, I can't look at it.
I have an extra phone, Your Honor. I have an extra phone.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, so we'll give the witness a second to watch the video since the counselor is requesting that of him.
Okay, look at the video. So where do I watch said evidence?
Again, this is Exhibit G. Do you have the police report in this matter, sir?
Probably does not.
I do
Yeah, I
not
can-
have that.
This over to you.
Well, you actually can't do that because I don't have a SIM card.
It does have a SIM card.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, just get the phone number from the SIM card.
Do we need to call the phone company?
Here you go. It's 420 835 09726.
Why isn't this shit catered?
Did you get that number?
Say that one more time.
420 835 0926.
420.
I'm just gonna call a 2-minute recess if anyone needs to pee while they're sorting out this video and letting him watch it. Okay. 32 past the hour. We resume.
Yippee! Breakfast!
Did you get that?
Yeah!
I'm just gonna put it in the
Bobby, have you never used
Orion,
technology
can you
before?
approach? Right side up front.
There we go. My number's in the yellow pages.
I
I think.
Oh yeah, I see it here. Okay.
Of course, I've operated a mobile device.
Okay. Just making sure.
Can't believe you guys would object to love.
Shame.
Shame! Shame!
Can you give us an analytical play-by-play on what has happened so far?
Shame!
Break it down. Oh, Ramaswamy, how you doing?
Doing great. How about you guys?
You get that now?
Courtroom analytics right now. This guy's gonna break down the case for you.
I'd love to hear it. Go ahead.
Bobby, it can't be this difficult to get a simple video on your phone.
How about you describe the video?
How are we coming along with the video?
Oh, technical difficulties, Your Honor. I did not get any of that.
Okay. That's another way I could get this over to you. I don't know.
How about I call your number in the yellow page and then message that?
That could work.
What's your
Anyway, since we're in recess, what's up, chat? How's everybody doing? Welcome to all the new chatters, and thanks for all the new follows. You guys are awesome.
Oh dear.
Make sure, if you guys haven't already, hit that follow button if you've been enjoying the role play lately. And if you want to show some love, help us try to get to that 100 sub mark. Check your primes, hit that sub button. Subs are still 25% off. Thanks you guys for hanging out. Roleplay's been fucking lit lately. Hopefully Bobby Charles can watch this video. We'll get this thing back rolling.
Oh, I got it, Your Honor. I got it, Your Honor.
Wonderful. That's great news. You got you got ample time to watch the video, or just we can just wait, and you can watch it when he asks you to watch it. We'll wait until we're in session. I think he wants your live react to it.
From 50 to the end, sir. Just a reminder.
I am not ramen noodle.
It's cool seeing Murphy as a judge. Much love. Yeah, I've been waiting for a cool court case to come through. I'm pretty happy about this. It's been, you know, as always, it's been, you know, things have to develop and kind of get started before court starts coming into play and bigger cases start happening. So it's just kind of been helping people out with stuff, doing some spicy relationship, divorce RP, stuff like that. And it's good to see a ton of people in court. It's great. Holy shit, MJ Torn coming in with the sub and 25 gifted subs. Thank you so much, dude. Yo, spam some love in the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cat. Appreciate that.
Congrats to y'all who got subs. Yo, get some hype in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Uh-oh.
What? Oh.
Say, uh-oh, Braun, what's going on?
Try to pull out your phone, Norman.
I think
we might be.
I think I might be having a headache.
God, we're all frozen in
Oh
place.
Yeah.
shit, a
Oh, no.
tornado! Oh lord!
It's the woke mob trying to silence
God,
us.
it's the woke mob.
Oh man,
How
rip.
could the woke mob do this to us?
I can't believe it.
Bazinga.
You're doing so good. You're doing so good. God damn woke mob. Spoiling all our fun. But hey, thank you once again, MJ Torn, for the 25 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Helps us out. Can't wait to get back into this court case. I really hope we can get through it without too many more crashes. I don't know, man. I swear it's the courthouse. It's the city hall, I mean. Which is too bad, man. Hopefully it gets sorted out. I'll have to submit a bug report or something. Never knew your Twitch. I've changed my Twitch like 3 times too, so you know, I think I've finally settled on the name. But yeah, I used to just be Murphy Braun on Twitch. Super new to GTA 5 online. Did you know that XQC was at the front row? Yeah, I saw him. Yeah, like pretty much like tons of people are here right now. Oh, nice. We're getting right back in. That's awesome. That is way less stressful. All right, nice. We're getting in quickly. Hopefully everybody else gets in quickly and we get everybody we need. It's such a bummer that City Hall is causing issues. So yeah, I gotta submit a bug report and a crash dump or something like that so that we can maybe figure, you know, if no one else does, we can, you know, report the issue with the crash dump. Say, hey, City Hall seems to be crashing the server pretty reliably. What up with that? Oh, hey, what's up, Ina? Long time no see. It's a good stress test for court RP. Well, yeah, it is. It's definitely. I think it'll definitely like make the issue more noticeable. Because yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this all week. Every time the server crashes and a lot of people get disconnected, we are at City Hall with a lot of people. So like, I don't know what else is going on outside of City Hall when that's happening, but all I know is that every time I've seen the server crash unscheduled, I've been at City Hall and there have been a lot of people there. So it's kind of like the place where a lot of people need to be besides the hospital. So it's kind of a bit of a bummer, man. Bit of a bummer. Yeah, hope you've been well too. Had you know, ups and downs like anybody else, but I'm feeling pretty good today. Is this the biggest court case of 4.0 so far? Yeah. I don't know. Cuz there could have been a bench trial with tons of people that I wasn't aware of. But I think like the last one that was pretty crowded in this courtroom had about as many people, maybe a few less. So yeah, probably, maybe. Like deja vu. This is how many people were here when I got
You
here.
look real great, Your Honor. You're doing so good, and I'm so proud of you.
You look great too, Mr. K. I like your suit.
I like you. I like you.
Good to see you. It's good to see you.
It's been a while.
I know. It's like since I
Yes.
first
Oh
flew
my
into the
God.
city and saw you at the group sex
You don't
place.
see me, Ursula?
I see you.
Oh, you don't see Murphy?
Yeah, I see him. I didn't know who you were talking to though.
Yeah, this lighting right here is fucking fire.
I know.
Yeah, Mr. K. Last time I saw you, I was driving a truck, I think.
You were or me?
We both were. It was like the first day I flew back into town. I ran into you at the group sex office.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Contempt.
We are
Yeah,
far
now
from
look at
back
you.
in
You're,
session.
you're a goddamn judge.
Yup. It's you know, I think it's the most efficient way for me to help the most people right now to build something better here than where we used to live.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Cornwood, hey.
Howdy.
Hey.
Got something in your eye, Mr. K?
It's going good, all right? I got everything's going good. You don't got to worry about nothing.
Mr. K, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Just got a little itch in my eye.
I mean, do you need like a tissue or something?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You want me to spit in it?
Okay, from Connected Telemarketing, how can I help you?
I'm sorry, what was that, Ursula?
I asked if you wanted me to spit in it.
What is your?
Oh, okay.
You know, clean out the eye or whatever.
Yeah, hell, I think whatever he's got is contagious because I think I got it too.
Oh God.
Oh God.
All right. Back away from me. I don't want your pink eye.
Yeah,
You can talk to me from over there.
that's creepy.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna get a sidebar, and all the attorneys are gonna get pink eye.
Yeah. Shit,
That's the last thing we need.
You might want to clean up the bench with like some, you know.
You're 38, dumbass.
Yeah, maybe
Do
at
you
the
have any
exact
Lysol?
midpoint of every single person in this
You'll
room I
probably get
stand.
about 38 years. So yeah. That's
Yeah, 6 feet of separation would probably
You're
be
shouting, Mr.
probably
K.
about perfect.
Oh, hey, by the way, if people get rowdy in here, do you just want me to, have at it? Tell them to shut the hell up? Or what do you want me to do?
Yeah, I'm trying to focus on the facts of the case as best I can, because my train of thought wanders sometimes. So if you want to step in and keep order when people are like eating chips and stuff, we'd sure appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, for the love of God. For the love of God, take care of people eating chips. I hate that shit.
Yeah, I think people are gonna get just knowing how these things go. I think there's a good chance people
Contempt. Contempt
There's-
everywhere.
There's plenty of contempt charges that can be handed out if that happens.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Tenfold.
And I'm not too heavy on those. You know, everybody wants to get their little comments in here and there from time to time. You know, that's what happens. But when it becomes a distraction and a disruption and interferes with this thing moving forward, that's where it stops.
Okay, absolutely.
All right, appreciate it, bailiff.
Uh-huh.
What'd he do?
Wonder who was eating chips.
What didn't he do? Oh, I have no.
I guarantee you that Rami wants to be a lawyer just so that he can eat chips as a lawyer. He just wants to be allowed to eat chips, that's all.
Radio check.
Yeah, I kind of hope that
Beer?
City Hall gets some renovations because I don't want to have to get used to this.
What do you mean?
Well, let's just say that when there's a lot of people in City Hall, this happens a
Mhm.
lot.
What? We all
Yep,
lose our heads?
yep.
Yeah,
I've
that's
been
true.
around a lot this week enough to notice a trend.
I've actually never noticed that before. I guess I'll notice that with time too. I haven't been here that much the past week.
20 or more, I would say.
Hopefully that doesn't happen in this trial because it's already a struggle keeping it going as it is.
Yeah, it can definitely bog down the pacing of these things, that's for sure.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we're only on the first witness from the prosecution side, so
All right, Chad, I'm going to take my opportunity to take a quick bathroom break since we're still waiting. So just hang tight. Grab a snack. All right, since we got a bit of an elongated recess here, I'm going to take advantage and think about something for a few minutes and just go over
sure.
my notes. If you want to
Yeah, go for that.
want to hold down the room.
Yeah, I'll just direct people while you're doing that. It's fine.
All right, chat. I will be back in a few minutes, okay? AFK time.
You remember what I told you?
No. What'd you say?
I told you that BDSM sex is not when you have a knife to a person's throat.
Yeah, you did say that. Why?
Yes. Have you been paying attention to the court case?
Yeah, but why'd you tell me that beforehand?
To make sure that you know.
Wait, what do you know about
There's a security
BDSM
officer
sex?
to the left of the
A lot.
exit of the building.
Oh. Okay.
I have to research for reasons.
Okay.
Make the right decision.
Why? I don't make the decisions.
Is there a question, Cornwood?
I mean, he was telling me to make the right decision, and prior to the court case, he said BDSM sex does not
This is not
include
true.
knives to the throat, and I said okay, and he said make the right decision, and I'm like, well, shit, I mean, I don't know nothing about that. A and B, I don't make the decisions, so I'm just standing
Right.
by it.
Okay. Interesting.
And,
You hungry, judges?
No, I'm alright. Thank you, though.
I brought a bunch of food for everyone.
Oh,
I
hell, thanks,
appreciate
Tony.
that. I'm sure Cornwood could really use a snack right now. He looks really hungry.
You can have
And we're back.
3 of the 50 burgers.
Oh shit.
Okay. I believe we're still missing the prosecution's attorney and
Right, how are we looking,
Bobby.
chat? Like, we got some people.
Whatever Carla says is true.
All right, looks like we got some
How
people
are
coming
ya?
in.
Good to see
That's
ya.
good.
Yeah, we're
little
still
Vivek, step
missing
over here a minute.
the prosecution's attorney, and we're also missing Bobby.
Hey, Lilith,
Norman,
Do
you
you
need
need any
something?
Do you really want to speak right next to the
I'm alright, thank you,
press
though.
stand?
I would ask the press
I got
stand to
some
move
pizza.
given the circumstances.
I mean, I
Thank
can
you.
move a little bit, but I still need.
Sub Murphy, I didn't hear you said.
I was thinking about something.
Don't
You were
listen in.
kind of pacing around. Did you need something?
Oh no, I was just.
Welcome
I just
back,
got
Bobby.
Here. I was just asking if you guys needed any food, but I got you
Oh,
here,
okay.
so I was asking Judge Angel. So.
Oh, perfect.
Hey,
That's fine.
Lilith, I got to sort something out with you real quick.
Okay. Hey, did you get your ticket fixed? Because I'm the bailiff. I can't leave.
Alright, we're just missing the prosecution's attorney and Slacks, I believe.
All right.
I mean, we had a recess because the damn storm just hit.
Hey, you called me?
Yeah.
Do I have time
Lilith.
to drive to the apartments right quick?
I'm getting some medical
Probably,
from
yeah.
the
Sorry, I
outburst.
didn't realize it was
No,
that.
you're good. You're good.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Be quick and save.
Yep, no problem.
We're one witness in, Ollie.
Do you still need food?
Just having some crash issues here.
You know, Your Honor, I have read all the. I have watched all. I watched the evidence. The 50 seconds. I watched.
Well, she wanted me to call her about something important. I
reviewed
guess it's
it.
not that important.
Of course, I did.
You got
He
this,
asked you to
Bobby.
review from 50 seconds onward. Did
She
you
might not.
review
She might
that
even be
part?
back.
Of course, I reviewed it. You know, I don't like when people secretly record my sexual ventures, but that's okay.
Okay, well,
Just figured I'd
not really
do
relevant. I
something to
just
pass the
didn't know the
time
answer to that question.
while we're waiting.
you know, Bobby, that's
Welcome
also a crime
back.
too.
What do you mean? What's a crime?
Voyeurism.
Are you part of the woke mob? Is that why you're doing this?
Doing what?
What's she
I
doing?
can sense it, Bobby. She is.
Asking you to review
Carla,
your-
shut the
the
fuck
evidence
up!
that the lawyer asked you to. I don't think that's being
Excuse
part of the
you?
woke mom.
Yeah, you heard me, Carla.
We'll settle this after court.
Honeymoon session's over, I guess.
Yes,
Bobby,
so.
how's your wife doing?
Oh, you're talking about Ramon, huh?
Yeah, how's your wife
Is
doing?
that why you called her an ogre?
You
Richard?
still together?
Of course, me and Ramona are.
No, they're not. They're getting divorced.
Oh, you're getting a divorce?
Yeah. Getting a divorce.
That's really unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that, Bobby.
Well, I'm
You know,
happy.
it seemed like it was going to be a really prosperous relationship between you two.
You know, one second. I gotta run to the bathroom.
Sure, take your time.
Don't stop and talk to them. That's witness tampering, possibly.
You would have to prove that, which you can't.
I have eyeballs.
If we witness it,
You got no evidence. You got no evidence.
go to the bathroom, Bobby.
At ease, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you so much for doing your job. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, so we are waiting on, I think, the lawyer for the other side and Slacks, and that's it. That's it. No, that's not it. But feels like we're close. Feels like we're close. I just want to, I want to, like, once we have everyone here, I want to get this fucking going so that, like, if we crash again, we get some of this done before we crash again and have to do this again. That's the goal. Anyways, chat, while we're waiting, you know, AMA.
Hello. Love you.
Hit me with your questions.
Love you, Buffet.
Won't be paying much attention to chat once we get rolling again. So
Exactly right.
I got a quick question. Is this
hit me with your best questions.
Consent state anymore?
I don't think it ever was.
No, I was under the impression 5 years ago that it was a two-party consent state. If I am not aware that I was being recorded, it could not be used in a criminal proceeding.
I'm gonna ask you another question.
Well, a
Bobby.
victim doesn't necessarily
actually
need to
read the
press
legislation in
charges
the
in
Constitution?
order for the state to
course
press
I have.
charges.
Does it mention that anywhere in there?
Of course.
Sorry, I was talking to the fucking police officers.
That's okay. I was just giving you a call back again because we've had the
Yeah,
recess
your question
in the
there,
court
Bobby.
case, and I had a few minutes. So you
Yeah,
said it was
fucking
urgent?
Siobhan, she went to the cops and said that
Melatonin.
she's threatened by me. Oh, don't worry about that. I was dealing with something, but it's over now. So don't worry. The urgent thing is fine.
Okay, all right. Wow, that sounds terrible. What happened?
Well, there was an angry man that wanted to kill me, but I made the money back. I was gonna have to ask you if I could get a loan, but I got the money already.
Okay. No, I was asking about the
Siobhan?
Yeah.
She went to Captain Slacks and said that I've been like aggravating her the whole court case, which I haven't even talked to her or talked in court at all. And he said that if I say anything else, I will be facing jail time. And I said, I haven't done anything.
What are you
So
talking about? This is the truth.
let me go, but I'm just sitting here.
That's I mean, I'm up here, so I haven't seen anything like
I
that.
haven't said anything. I haven't touched her. I don't know.
And sex scandals.
Wow. Sounds pretty on brand for right now, you know, for what I,
Mhm.
you know. So anyways, I think we're getting near ready to go here, so
Okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna let you go.
Jealous, Max?
All right.
You
Bye.
look nice.
Thank you. You too.
Jealous he can't participate in our sexcapade. You are so sad. You've got a skeleton on your face. 'cause the
Captain.
campaign is dead.
How close are we on your side? Do we
We're just waiting for the prosecutor to catch a train to get here.
Correct.
Take it?
Okay.
You gonna
Oh yeah.
take it?
There you go. Sorted apparently. So it should be any minute.
All right. Excellent.
Oh, good one.
I could use some water right about now.
Oh,
Good one, really good one. You're a better man.
Yeah,
anyway.
I have
Is it
a bottle
because
I
I'm a
could give you.
woman?
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Judge Angel.
Oh, Max is sexy.
There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Max
You're
is
very welcome,
sexy.
Bobby.
What?
Max, take a page out
do
of
you mean? What do you
Serge's
mean?
book. Hire yourself a
Is
female
it woke?
assistant to
I'm
say
sorry.
that shit.
Is it woke to be pro-gay, Rami? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's what I thought. Is it woke? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Rami.
Rami, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
What
Rami.
is happening over there?
Is it woke? Go ahead, Rami.
Does it work to be a woman and gay?
Is it woke? Go ahead, Rami.
You got yourself in a pickle here, fella.
Yeah,
Alright,
he's
you take care now.
quite a pickle
Do you
there.
want a shovel to dig yourself further into this hole, Rami?
Order in the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, that's what I say.
Yeah, you can't say that, Lewis.
Sorry. I apologize.
But I'm not gonna say that yet because we're still waiting on the prosecutor.
Ursula.
Thank you,
getting my
Eddie.
good
Eddie's,
side?
Miss
Are you getting
Falker,
my good
Eddie's.
side? On the
Depends
camera.
on what you consider your good side.
Every side is my good side.
Then sometimes.
Now, am I gonna
yes.
get royalties? Am I gonna get royalties from this?
No, you're in a public
Hey,
location.
don't smack your wife, Carmine.
God damn it! I need money.
Sorry.
Keep your hands off your wife.
Carmine, do not beat your
You need
wife.
money
Your
to
Honor,
be
I do believe
confronted,
Mr. K
that's why.
is. I do believe Mr. K is making outbursts in the courtroom.
Court's not in session.
It's not in session, Bobby.
I
Oh,
do
you wanna
believe
know?
Carmine's beating his wife in the courtroom now.
As long as you guys aren't
Not in
screaming at each
session.
other, I don't really care what you do right now.
Violent felony is a violent felony,
Hey, Lila.
Carmine.
Yeah.
You know, if court's not in session, can I speak to Carmine?
I think you should stay exactly where you are, Bobby.
Yeah, don't stray too far. We're pretty close to resuming here.
Mm-hmm.
Once everybody's here, I want to get this rolling so that we can get through some more of this in case anything else happens. Is the prosecutor coming from the apartments?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that part out right now.
Okay, thank you. Just want to thank everybody in the court and in the gallery for your patience with issues in City Hall right now. Getting this underway in a minute. Just about have everybody here, so thanks for behaving yourselves. Love how Gomer's here.
Bobby, who's up there with you?
I do believe the mayoral candidate was comforting the man who was clearly in distress. Yeah, clearly in distress.
Yeah.
I just
Lack
want to
of pointy
stand for the people of
fingers.
Los Angeles, and I hate seeing people sad.
Normally the crying sad corner is Vivek, so.
Oh God, Senator, quick!
All right. Mr. Hall is returned. Everybody gets settled. We are going to be calling this case back into session and resume questioning of this witness, Mr. Bobby Charles.
Oh my God. Yo, what up?
Eddie's, Cornwood Eddie's.
Judge Braun, is there a way that we could, make the crying man go to sleep for a little while? Because
I
it's
can
very
take care of him
loud.
real quick. Hold on, I'll take care
Yeah,
of
if
him.
we could just
Thank
give
you.
him a sedative or something.
by that? What
Thank
do
you.
mean by
Hey, send me
take
somebody from the
care of
PD to take
him?
care of him. Hey,
I'll take
Cletus.
care of him.
It's one of your guys, right?
Yep. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's hey. He's under my tutelage. You can go in and smack his ass for
Bobby
crying.
loves this one.
All right. No
I'm
problem.
gonna video this to show it to his wife later.
Oh God.
All right, good shit.
Done.
Thank you, Captain. All right, Counselor Hall, are you prepared to proceed with the questioning? And were we in the middle of an objection when this when we left off?
To refresh your memory, Your Honor, Bobby Charles was looking from 50 seconds onward
50
of
seconds.
The video.
All right, you've had about 50 minutes to review that video. Have you watched the 50 seconds onward?
Of course I have, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Charles. Prosecutor, you may resume your questioning.
All right, thank you. Can you just describe for me what happens in that video, Mr. Charles?
Well, what is happening right now is, I am preparing for the BDSM. I'm on my knees. I'm about to climax. That is what's happening. That's what happened. Moments
Okay.
before I climax. Right there.
All right, and what is Miss Folker doing?
We are doing the knife play. You know, the BDSM. It's the role play. Well, I like getting dominated. That's what was happening.
Okay, and what specifically did she do?
We were practicing with the knife, and she stomped on me, as you can see in the video, which I thoroughly enjoyed. That, as you can see, those were not cries of help; those were cries of sexual pleasure.
Okay, and what happens after she kicks you?
What happens after? The knife, I did not say the safe word in time, and the knife did slice me.
Really? Where did it slice you?
The neck region.
The neck region.
She stabbed you in your neck. Isn't that right?
Slice,
Objection,
not stab.
yeah,
I'll
that's not his
withdraw,
words, and
Judge.
he's testifying.
I'll withdraw the question, Judge.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Charles, so she slashed you. What happened after that?
What happened after that was, Carm, you want me to go in detail in this?
Yes.
Well, Carmine showed up, and his immense jealousy, he witnessed it. He saw me after the scene.
Queen Aelin, thank
Carmine
you for
was
the sub.
there, and Carmine's
Thanks for the brand new sub,
very
appreciate
jealous
it.
of me and Vivek and Lilith's love. And then he called 911, and that was about it.
All right. What's your relationship to Mr. Casillo?
Friends.
All right. And if we can, I just want to back up a bit. Now, were there any other incidents as you were working as a security guard for Mr. Ramaswamy earlier in the day?
Well, that day I was locked inside of the sewers, the underworld. So my memory's a little bit fuzzy.
No, that's all right. To your knowledge, was Mr. Ramaswamy stabbed at all?
To my knowledge, I do believe there was an incident when I was not present.
Okay, thank you. All right, and after this event, you talked with law enforcement. Is that right?
Objection, he's leading.
I'll withdraw it, Judge.
Thank
Did
you.
Did you speak with any law enforcement?
I lost.
Would you like me to respond, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Would you like me to respond to the
I'm saying it's leading. It's a yes or no question again.
Wait. Prosecutor, what are you asking you should respond
I
to?
asked him whether or not he talked to any law enforcement.
Okay, whether or not he talked to law enforcement.
Would you like me to
Okay.
respond, Judge, to the objection?
To the objection? Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. A yes or no question isn't inherently a leading question, of course, and I'm not giving him the answer in the question, which is what a leading question is. I'm simply asking whether or not something occurred. He, of course, can answer in a yes or no fashion. He can expand on it, but I'm not suggesting any particular answer in the way that I phrase a question.
Okay. Obviously, in this situation, it is possible that he may have spoken to police. So I'm not going to get into a thing where what happened next is the only question that's allowed. I'm overruling the objection. That question, I think, is fine,
right.
even if it's a bit leading.
Thank you, Judge. Mr.
Just
Charles?
watch the leading, Mr. Hall, already.
Certainly.
I do not recall if I spoke to it.
You don't recall speaking to any law enforcement officers?
Objection, he answered that. He just said it. He doesn't need to say it again.
Sustained.
Hey, bitch.
One moment, sir. Do you recall speaking to Officer York about this matter?
I lost a lot of blood that day.
He just said he doesn't recall speaking to cops or not. Why would this answer be any different? Objection. He already answered it. Sorry, my apologies.
Mhm.
Objection. He already answered.
Well, if I can, Judge, this is certainly not the same question. I'm asking
can
about a
rebut.
particular officer to, again, attempt to refresh the witness's memory.
Okay,
Officer
attempting.
York is a police officer. He doesn't recall speaking to the police.
Okay, if you wanted to attempt to refresh, I would have asked the questions in the reverse order. Did you speak to this officer, and then did you speak to any officer? I'm sustaining the objection. You can't just keep asking the same question if he says he doesn't know.
All right, Judge, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Bobby. I mean, look, you've been up here long enough. I don't want to keep you up here all day. You've already described in your own words what's happened. I'm just going to ask you some pointed questions for the judge. Role play aside, did you consensually get in the car with Miss Falker and Vivek over there?
Of course I did.
Did you consensually go down to Chumash Pier in that car?
Of course I did.
Did you consensually go to the end of that pier in that car?
Of course
I'm sorry,
I
not-
did.
yeah, walk down. My apologies. Did you consent to the knife play that was occurring on the video?
Of course I did.
How much would you say you enjoy knife play?
I mean, what can I say? I love it. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Are you very experienced in knife play?
Of course, as you could see in the video, I enjoyed every second of it.
Would you say you've done a knife play for years?
Done it for years.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Counselor Malton. Any redirect from the prosecution on that line of questioning?
Yeah, before we do, can we have a sidebar, Jed?
Approach Malton, come on up here too.
We
All
just beyond a earshot of the witness prep.
Yep.
Your Honor, I wanted to make you aware of potential perjury with the witness's testimony. I'm not sure if you viewed all the evidence, but there has been evidence made available, and we've submitted it, that prior to trial today, Mr. Charles was in association, did coordinate with other individuals to alter his testimony.
So, hey, real quick, I would like to get just to clarify. Are you talking about the
Okay,
footnote
okay.
video?
That's right.
Okay, then I'd like to object on that on a general objection. That video should not be in this case at all. I see no evidence of recording equipment. They never brought it up with this man over here. Like he can't even Bobby can't even verify if he was being recorded or not. And there's no expectation of privacy. He's in a car, the car is running, it's just two people talking. It's not even a public place. This video shouldn't even be in evidence, and I was waiting for them to bring it up to the witness before I objected to it.
Okay, yeah, and I haven't even whatever. We're skipping forward to a video that we haven't addressed in testimony, so I'm not even aware of it. Let's circle back to this perjury business. Okay, so this is your witness. Okay,
That's right.
let's keep that in mind. You had prior awareness of an issue with their testimony being altered or influenced, and this is the first that I'm hearing about that. You know.
So, Your Honor, we recovered a video that shows the two witnesses that we have testifying coercing their statement as far as what they're going to testify on the stand. When we talked to them, they said they're going to tell the truth, and we didn't have any concerns till the video has been discovered afterwards.
I mean, once again, I just have a general objection to the video when we cross that bridge.
Okay, okay, now it's Malton's turn. Why didn't you object to the video before we started?
With all due respect to you, he brought it up in his opening statement a little. I wanted to do a general objection at that time. You asked to wait until things came up. The video never came up in the testimony until just now.
No, I wanted you to wait until after the statement.
What do you mean until after the statement? This is the first that the prosecution's bringing up the video.
I thought you said he mentioned it in the opening statement.
Well,
And that's why you objected.
Get one in from me.
He mentioned, sorry, not this video. He was mentioning the other video. I was confused, but you had stated to
Turn
wait
around,
until
you
things
bald
come up
fuck.
to object to them. I was waiting until, he was gonna. I assumed he was gonna bring it up with Bobby at some point. He never did. He's bringing it up for the first time now. That's why my first objection on it's right now.
All right. This should not be the first time I'm hearing about manipulation of testimony of a witness that's currently sworn and giving testimony now, or this video that I probably should have watched before this started to be aware that there's a question of testimony being interfered with. So what I'm going to do, being the case that didn't happen, is your concerns about perjury are noted. Your concerns about the video are noted. I'm not going to throw them out. I'm going to consider these aspects when I look at everything in deliberation, when I actually have a chance to look at these things you're talking about, because I don't have time to do it now. We gotta try to get through this. So I will note those. Yeah, I will note those things and weigh upon them. But I'm not throwing anything out. And in the future, I want to know if a witness has possibly been tampered with. Before they get put up on the stand.
Sounds good.
Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Take care.
All right, back in session. I believe one side had just wrapped up with this witness. Was it?
We're not going to redirect, Judge.
You're not going to redirect. All right, perfect. Mr. Charles, you can stand down, and the prosecution may call their next witness to the stand.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Ruby York to the stand.
Officer Ruby York, please approach the witness stand and be sworn in. Yo, thanks,
Officer
Turkey.
Ruby,
Thank you.
Thank you. Officer Ruby, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you, hon?
I do, yes.
Okay.
The witness is sworn in.
All right, prosecution, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honors.
Appreciate it.
All right, what's your full name?
Ruby York.
All right, and where are you currently employed?
I'm currently an officer with the LSPD.
All right. And I do have a couple questions, mainly about the day of December 27th, 2023. Now, were you on duty on that day?
Original Rensler,
Yes,
thanks
I
for
was
the
on duty.
thanks for the prime. Appreciate it.
All right. And during the course of that day, did you receive any calls by Mr. Costello?
Yes, I was on duty in the city when a 911 call came through the dispatch. Captain Slacks asked if anyone was available to respond, and I made my way to the Chumash Pier.
What happened when you got to the Chumash Pier?
When I arrived at the pier, there was a car sitting outside, half parked on the road. I believe it's one of those old Glendale. Because of the nature of the 911, I put my safety vest on and I slowly walked my way down the pier, doing my ABCs, having a good look around. And down the end of the pier, I could see a slim man waving at me. So I slowly walked towards him. It was a Carmine Costello. And there at the end of the pier was a man down on the ground covered in blood.
And who was that man covered in blood?
That man was Bobby Charles.
All right, and what did you do after you discovered Mr. Costello and Mr. Charles?
I had a look around the scene, but as soon as I saw Bobby Charles, there was blood on the pier, there was blood on his clothes, and there was blood spurting from his neck. I quickly dropped down and placed pressure upon his neck, and I grabbed my radio and
I love how I'm
pulled the
like
back out.
graphic about that when they're just talking about knife play.
What were Mr.
20
Charles'
minutes.
injuries?
The only injury that I could see was a large gash to the neck, and blood was spurting out. I got it in all over my hands.
All right, and what's your previous medical experience?
Our vests come equipped with a small medic package, so I just grabbed.
Obviously, we gotta
gauze, placed
focus
it
up
under my hand
for
and
this
held his neck.
kind of thing. So
EMS had already
hope you don't mind me
seen the
being a little
911
quiet right
and were
now
on
and
their
I'm
way.
listening to this testimony.
And having examined the injury, did you believe that if untreated, it could be fatal?
I'm going to object to that. She stated that her experience is just what's on her vest. If they want EMS to testify to the injuries, they could call them up.
If I may judge, I think the objection appears to be that this is a lay witness, which I'm not asking her any expert testimony. I'm asking her opinion based on what she witnessed with the context of her training and knowledge. So I'm not asking her to, make any expert opinion or speculation, just simply what she saw and what she thought with the knowledge she had.
Okay, well, if you're not asking for an expert opinion, then why are you asking to qualify an injury as fatal or non-fatal? Any injury could be fatal. Just think, I'm just going to sustain this objection. Just rephrase the question.
Okay, certainly. Did the injury present an immediate risk to the health of Mr. Charles.
Objection. He's just trying to ask the same thing that you just sustained.
Well, if I may, Judge, you said it to rephrase it. Again, the status of the injury, how severe it was, is certainly important to this case. And again, the witness was there. She made an examination of the injury. She's certainly qualified to answer this question.
I mean, I would just ask as a rebut to that she could certainly testify to the things that she did to treat the injury, but she's not qualified to say if the injury was severe or not, just what she did to it.
Well, again, Judge, you don't need to be a doctor to say if an injury is severe. Like you said, we know when an injury is severe or not.
I mean, severe is an adjective subject to opinion.
All right, that's enough. We're not getting into a back and forth argument about this. This is pointless. All right. Mr. Hall, all injuries are bad. I don't care. Move on.
Thank you, Judge.
Unless there is a specific point that you can drive to some other way. Don't care.
All right, what care did you
down
provide?
on the ground.
The care I provided was to hold pressure on the wound that was spurting blood from his neck until EMS arrived.
All right, and based on your examination, did you come to any conclusion as to how Mr. Charles became injured?
Not that I could see in my vicinity. I could not see any weapons or anything. I could not tell what caused the injury.
All right, and what happened after you provided him with treatment?
Finally,
I believe
vague
two
general
EMS
question.
arrived on scene, Pendragon and Mars. They took over medical on Bobby Charles. I then went over to speak to Carmine Costello.
All right, and what did Mr. Costello say?
Mr. Costello was.
The gunfire. I'm gonna object to that as hearsay. Costello is very purely here to testify to what he said. If they want to call him.
With Malton and the gunfire, I need to hear that question again.
I just asked what Mr. Costello said, Judge.
All right, and Costello is not a witness. Hearsay. That's the objection.
Well, I'm saying if he is going to be a witness, I think that's one thing. But I don't know if he's a witness or not.
Let me just check the report.
Let me respond, Judge.
Sure. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna check the report and make sure there isn't a statement or anything. Okay, since it's in evidence, you may reference the text messages and 911 calls from Carmine Costello only. Anything outside of the scope of that, you may not quote or paraphrase.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. What happened after you questioned Mr. Costello?
After I questioned Mr. Costello?
Yeah.
After I questioned Mr. Costello, he consented to a search.
All right, and did you find anything of note?
There were no weapons found on Mr. Costello.
All right, and was an investigation of the scene conducted?
Yes, Captain Slacks arrived on scene along with Officer Barrick Johnson. We scoped and surveyed not just on top of the pier, but also underneath in the water and on the beach surrounding the pier.
All right. And was there any other parts of the investigation? I can be more specific if you like.
Yes.
Did you talk to any other witnesses?
Not at the pier.
All right. Now let's keep it to the pier for now.
I wish
did you find
lawyers
any evidence
would
on
just
the scene?
ask good questions. But I didn't have to deal with objections all the time.
Evidence in regard, there was, as I said, there was blood on scene. Mr. Costello also had blood on his shoes. And I believe it was Officer Barrick Johnson who found several items in the water and on the beach.
If I can get you to reference exhibit. One moment. Exhibit E.
Exhibit E.
can't just describe what
Yes.
that exhibit depicts.
That exhibit shows a knife next to a beach bonfire. Looks like a couple of bevies, and you can see it is north of the Chumash Pier.
I see. And what involvement does that knife have in all this?
That is true.
That knife is
Objection to speculation. It's a knife on the beach. I'd like
Can I
her.
talk to you quick?
Sidebar?
Oh, I should talk to my prosecutor quick for one more question.
Oh, okay. There is an objection hanging, but okay.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if there was more to that, Judge. Happy to respond though.
No, just talk it out.
All right. So, Your Honor, as to the objection to speculation, again, the officers already testified that she conducted an examination of the scene and that she found the knife again at the scene. So, asking what the relevance of the knife is in relation to her investigation is certainly not speculatory. She can, of course, come to a conclusion as to how the knife is important.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I believe that's your job to come to a conclusion on whether this knife being on scene is important or not the officers. She found a knife, and to my knowledge, in this report, there's no other evidence linking the knife to the scene. Her knowledge is that she found the knife. It's up to you to decide if it's important or not, or relevant.
Okay. Well, you're sort of Malton, you're sort of assuming that the answer is going to be speculative without hearing it. And as the witness is a law enforcement officer, it stands to reason that there might be evidentiary value in the answer based on an investigation of some kind. I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to allow her to answer that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Certainly. Now, based on your investigation, what do you believe the importance of that knife to be?
At that time, it is the only weapon within the vicinity of the obvious slicing of Mr. Bobby Charles's neck.
So that is potential. That is the
Potential
rephrase
weapon,
that.
yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, and you said you talked to other witnesses. Is that right?
The next day, yes, we spoke to Vivek Ramaswamy and Lilith Faulkner.
All right, and let's start off with Mr. Ramaswamy. Was there anything?
I'm going to object. There's nothing in the report about her talking about that. Once again, it'd be hearsay.
Well,
It's her testimony, Your Honor.
If I can judge, ultimately it's not hearsay. It, of course, is accepted as an opposing party statement. But either way, it doesn't have to be in the report for her to testify to it. This is something that happened. It's her testimony. She can, of course, speak to it.
If it's her experience and it has to do with the case, then that's fine. Let me hear the question one more time, because these objections are getting pretty long-winded.
Certainly, Judge. What of note did Mr. Ramaswamy say during the investigation?
Okay. Leave out of note. What did he say? I'm pretty sure she will be able to say what was important.
Absolutely, Judge.
When you add extra words to your questions, Mr. Hall, you get objected.
Mr. York, what did Mr. Ramaswamy say during the interrogation, rather?
Mr. Ramaswamy said that Mr. Bobby Charles did not protect him earlier in the day at Senior Bonds when he was stabbed. I do recall Mr. Ramaswamy said that he was so sad, so very sad, that he was in the fetal position.
But in a cool way.
But in a, yeah, he was in the fetal position is what he said. I believe he did refuse to answer a couple of questions when questioned. And then he stated that after being in the hospital that he walked to the Vanilla Unicorn.
Did he say that he was on the scene?
No.
Where else? So he said he. Give me one moment.
This guy texting or playing Pokemon Go?
Go on, Rami.
Did Mr. Ramaswamy say anything else during the interrogation?
No, he had a lawyer present, and at certain times he did not answer questions.
And he denied being present at the Chumash Pier.
Correct.
And did you believe that to be true?
At the time, no.
Why not?
Because by then a certain video was already being circulated around the city.
Is that Exhibit G, I believe?
Correct.
And you reviewed that video?
Yes, sir.
And was that a part of your investigation, that video?
Yes, sir.
All right. And based on your investigation, what does that video show?
That video shows Bobby Charles, Lilith Faulkner, and Ramaswamy on the Chumash Pier.
All right. So, did Mr. Ramaswamy lie to you?
Yes.
Let's see. Let's talk about Miss Folker then. What did she say during the interrogation?
Well, they've proven he's a liar
Faulkner
anyway.
Did have legal representation. She claimed the video was a deep fake made by AI. She said that Bobby Charles was fired after the incident at Senior Buns. She did claim that her and Bobby Charles were in a relationship. However, she said that after being at the hospital, that her and Ramaswamy campaigned and walked all the way to Senior Buns. And then lastly, she was asked if she has ever been to the beach or taken Ramaswamy to the beach. She said no.
So did she lie to you?
Yes.
I see. And I suppose I want to confirm, based on your investigation, did you find any evidence that the defendants were engaged in some sort of sex party or filming on the scene?
No, not part of our investigation.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
All right, Officer York, let's just work our way backwards. Let's go over the statements that allegedly they gave you. Where were these statements given? I'm sorry. I'm referring to Vivek and Ms. Folker.
At MRPD with their lawyer present.
Was it an interrogation room?
Yes.
Was it recorded?
Everyone's really
no.
behaving themselves.
Why not?
It was an open conversation with lawyers and paralegals available.
Is it standard operating procedure to interrogate people for an active investigation and not
Your Honor,
record it?
objection. He's bringing SOPs into this.
Sorry.
I'm asking if it is. Like, I'm trying to figure out what their standard procedure is. The prosecution himself said that these were seasoned investigators. So it'd be good to know what that entails.
Objection out of scope.
All right. One objection at a time. Yeah, what's the relevance of this question, Malton? As far as what's standard versus not standard?
I'll withdraw the question just to make it a bit easier. So if statements were recorded, why didn't you put their statements in this report, a written statement?
It was not an interrogation. They volunteered to come in and answer some questions.
Prosecutors Oliver Hall.
When you take questions from witnesses, do you put them in reports typically?
Our divorce lawyer.
Sometimes.
But you
Stand
didn't
back,
feel it was
Homewood.
prudent to. Let me rewind. Were these two your prime suspects in this case that you were investigating?
At the time, I don't believe they were the prime suspects at the very time.
Were they suspects?
Yes.
Isn't it important to put suspects' statements or alibis in reports?
Sometimes.
When would you not put a suspect's alibi in a report?
Well, I mean, do you want the? Are you talking about the
Your Honor,
incident
objection.
report?
We're gonna be here all day. This is a bench trial.
I believe I've made my point. I'll move on from the line of questioning.
All right.
Let's move back from knife. You said this was the only weapon of note in the area that you all canvassed. Can you describe the area that you canvassed?
We canvassed not only the top of Chumash Pier, onto roofs if possible, all around the pier, the water underneath the pier in case anything had been thrown off, all the way to the beach on the south and the north.
Is it possible that the ocean being so vast that you simply missed stuff that could be tossed in the pier? From the pier, sorry, into the water?
Anything is possible.
All right. The knife you claim is significant as it's the only weapon being found. What's the significance of the mask that was found with it?
I am unsure.
You've seen the video and evidence, as is everyone else. Are any of them masked up?
The three individuals? No.
Based on your experience as a police officer, when you find a mask and a knife next to, in the same location, do they typically have the same owner?
I don't know who else was on the pier, so I can't speculate who belongs to
Yeah,
what
that
item.
was speculation.
Okay, so the knife could have belonged to anyone.
Guy's not even objecting back.
Objection. This state's testimony argumentative.
I'll withdraw and rephrase, Your Honor. Is there anything that directly ties
you.
that knife to either Lilith or Vivek?
Only proximity.
Nothing further.
All right,
I just have
thank
a
you.
few brief questions for you, Direct Jet.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, Officer Rick, I just want to clarify. In your testimony, did you in any way misrepresent what either defendant said during the questioning?
No.
Okay. And they gave you some alibis. Did you find any evidence that supported those alibis?
No, Miss Faulkner, who is the campaign manager for Ramaswamy, was asked if they had any receipts or could remember anybody that they spoke to while walking from the hospital after the Senior Buns incident to, as she said, Senior Buns again, and she said no.
All right, thank you. No further questions, Judge.
All right. You may step down. Thank you for your time. Prosecution, do you have any further witnesses?
Your Honor, we'd call Mr. K to the stand.
Mr. K, please step up to the witness stand and be sworn in.
I'm coming right on now.
Murder one.
K1!
Sorry, I gritted it a little too hard.
This is quite the bench trial, huh, chat? This is quite the bench trial.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, now I can.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Could you please
Well, I
respect
mean,
him?
if we weren't doing this court case, we would be
Yes,
at
ma'am.
this court
Do
case.
you swear to tell the truth, the
So
whole truth,
it's
and
actually
nothing
pretty
but the truth,
irrelevant
so
that what
help
we
you
had
God?
planned
I
is
swear
delayed
to
for this
tell the
court
truth.
case because we get
Okay,
to do
then
the court case,
be sworn in.
and everyone is here.
Thank you. All
So
right. May I proceed?
you may proceed.
Thank you. All right, sir. Can you state your full name for me?
That's right. Name's Mr. Kevin.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, what's your relationship to both defendants?
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you have any relationship with them?
No.
All right. Well, I want to ask you a little bit about an event that took place on the 27th of December. Now, at any point of the day, do you recall speaking with Mr. Costello?
Yes, I spent a large portion that day with Mr. Costello.
I see. And at what point did you become aware of Mr. Costello in communication with Mr. Charles?
I was with Mr. Costello, and he was contacted by Lilith and Ramsquammy, something along the lines of, or actually, he was contacted, I believe, by Bobby. Sorry, my correction, that he needed help at Chumash.
And did you think it was urgent?
Yeah, it sounded pretty urgent.
And what happened after that?
Well, we rushed on over to Chumash Pier. We walked down the pier, and that's when we saw Ramsquammy and Lilith at the end of the pier with Bobby Charles.
Did anything look odd to you?
Yes, it did look quite odd, and the frantic text or message from Bobby Charles led us to believe that he was in danger. So we tried to approach sneakily, but we were spotted, and that's when Carmine scattered. I stayed, and I played it cool, because I'm a cool, calm, collected guy, unlike Carmine.
Cool
You
dude.
know, he gets a little frantic. He's a coward. But me being the courageous man that I am, I played it off. I said, oh,
Your
well, don't
mama.
worry. I'll make sure to get Carmine out of here. But meanwhile, Carmine already ran off, so I snuck my way around to the side of the pier where they got the lift. I went up, I hit on a boat, I took my phone out, and I started recording just in case something went down because I felt like it was a fishy situation. So while Carmine's running away like a coward, I stayed there and recorded what happened next.
All right. And what did you see happen?
Whew. Well, exactly what you saw on the tape. I saw a man get kicked, stabbed, and brutalized.
Stick. All right. I see. All right. And what happened after that?
Well, let me backtrack a little bit. Right before she kicked and stabbed him, she had the knife in her hand and sent Ramsquammy back to the car, so he walks down the pier. A couple seconds later, she makes her move.
I'm not used to taking so many notes.
Later, she starts walking down the pier. The coward Carmine's still nowhere to be seen, probably hiding under a rock. She walks down the pier, slowly, casually, cold-bloodedly, and makes her way down to the beach, where I see her go up to the water, and it seems like she was washing something off. After that, she walked on over to the campfire, seemed to place something down. So I waited. I waited until they left, and I made my way back down the pier. I told Carmine what happened, and he ran down the pier to go check on Bobby. That's when I went on the beach and found the knife next to the campfire.
Yeah.
I see. Can you hear me,
Counselor,
sir?
I can't hear you.
I
Now
can't
I
hear.
can.
All right. Sorry about that. All right. So, can you just explain to me? Did you stay on the scene
Up until when?
after you collected the knife? Were you still on the scene?
After I collected the knife, we left.
Okay. And can you just describe, I guess, exactly where Mr. Charles was stabbed?
Well, exactly where you see in the video at the end of the pier, kind of in the middle.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
And where on his body as well?
Oh, it was hard to tell. He was kicked down and then stabbed while he was on the ground. So yeah, could have been the throat, upper chest, something like that.
And what did you think that Miss Falker meant to do?
Well, I mean, stab him, I guess.
Did you think she meant to kill him?
That's objection. How is he gonna know what she's thinking?
Yeah, that's totally sustained.
Certainly, Judge. I'll move on. All right. If I can, I just want you to actually, before we get to that, so you saw the defendants leave the scene. Is that right?
Yep. So yeah, they left the scene afterwards. And the coward Carmine was still hiding at this point.
I see. And
Uncle.
can you describe how the defendants left the scene? Was it on foot? Was it by a car?
I couldn't see exactly, because I was at the end of the pier on the boat still, so I didn't have a clear view of how they left.
Okay. But they left together.
Yes.
Okay. And if I can, I want you to take a look at Exhibit G, if you can. I don't know if you have the police report.
No, I don't have it. You need me to look at the video?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I can bring that up.
Yeah, it's his video.
I got it up.
All right, thank you. So I just want to confirm, is this a video that you recorded?
Yes. You can see the boat lift in the video.
Sir?
Yes, yes, I recorded that video. You could see the boat lifting it.
I see, thank you. And that video, is that an accurate representation of what occurred?
That is what occurred. Yes.
And what occurred is that Miss Falker attempted to murder Mr. Charles.
Protection, he's testifying.
Yeah, what was that?
All right, that was a question for the witness, Judge, but I'm happy to withdraw. Thank you. No further questions.
You turned around and faced the gallery and just stated that.
No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Alton, it is your turn.
Yeah, once again, I'll try to keep this brief, Mr. K. So you found the knife.
That's right.
And you picked it up.
That's right.
And you gave it to the officers. Sorry, you could finish what you were saying before if you would like.
I could tell you exactly what happened.
Sure, if you want to.
So after my high-level detective skills, I don't mean to brag to the court. I used to be a detective. Okay.
Excuse me. Hang on a second. Who is this, and why did he just run through here? And where was my bailiff?
The woke mob trying to silence us as
Go
usual.
get him, Cletus. Go get him.
All right, I believe Cletus is on that.
Sorry about the interruption. Hope that wasn't traumatic for anyone. Continue, Malton.
So, as I was saying, I used to be a high-level detective, one of the best. A position that Carmine could never get to because he lacked the skills. So I used my skills to stay in a nice, secure location, scope out the scene, and let the events unfold to get the full story. I saw exactly where they went to place the knife, so I went over there. I took a picture of exactly where I was, and I took the knife. I was afraid they were going to come back and try to clean up the scene, so I took it, and I brought it to the most trustworthy man that I could think of. A man that loves the people, that loves this city, that loves this state. And I handed it to him because I knew it would be in good hands. I gave that knife to Maximilian, Mr. Dab himself.
Okay, I'm not going to ask what Mr. Dab did with the knife, but I'm just going to ask you, to your knowledge, do you know why then the cops would be claiming they found the knife on scene?
I believe they were
Objection,
talking
Your
about
Honor.
the
Facts on
picture.
evidence.
All right. What's the fact that's not in evidence, Captain? Could you elaborate?
Nobody has testified to anything he's saying right now.
Okay.
Well, the question is not referencing that. I'm directly trying to refute Officer York's testimony that the police found the knife. We have a clear contradiction here. I'm trying to hammer out.
I don't believe
All right.
she said that, Your Honor.
All right, look, facts known and evidence is not going to go against an alternate theory. They have to prove what they're claiming. If your story is more provable, then that's that. But I'm not gonna call it facts not in evidence. If he says that's what happened, that's what he says.
He did say that, by the way.
So once again, just to restate the question, then, do you know why the police are claiming that they found the knife?
Well, they technically did find the knife if the knife did end up in their hands. So they did find it one way or another.
But you are saying, 100%, you took that knife from the scene and you gave it to Maximilian Thoroughbred and not the police.
Well, it just depends how you're looking at this. The universe works in a couple different ways. Everything has a action and reaction. I was taught in elementary school. So basically, when something is done, there's a reaction to it. So by me putting this knife out there, it then caused a reaction of it being found by the cops by another person. So yeah, I mean, yeah, they did find the knife.
All right, fair enough. And you came to record...
This court case is getting so deep.
Jesus.
Get that out, Lilith.
You came to record after the text messages, so you don't know about anything regarding like the knife play or anything like that.
Can you clarify knife play?
Yeah, like, so what you witnessed there, you don't know the context behind what you were witnessing. You were just there and recording it.
Well, what do you mean? I could see the context.
Okay. Well, nothing further.
All right, very well. Prosecution, do you have any questions to ask?
He's just getting medical treatment.
Oh, okay, yes, he's
The
collapsed.
vaccine in Los Santos is causing casualties before our very
Wait,
eyes.
poison the lawyer?
Is the is it nerves
Probably
or
the
physical?
vaccine.
The vaccine was mandated by Max and is poisoning the lawyers.
Oh, man. Can't really afford to lose any lawyers. Do what you can.
No more questions, Your Honor. He's all good to go.
All right. Mr. K, thank you for your time. You may step down from the witness stand.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy, and thank you, Angel. You guys have done an amazing job here today.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Appreciate you,
we're in
Mr.
arrest.
K.
We got no more witnesses after this.
All right. Perfect. I'm going to give the option of a brief recess before we turn it over to the defense. Or we can just plow right through this.
Yeah, I got just the two witnesses. It's going to be very quick for them, but okay, well, the lawyer looks like he's ready, so I don't know if a recess is needed.
All right, that's fine. We can just proceed. Malton,
All right.
it's your show. We'll turn it over to you.
Sure. Lilith, if you want to take this, or sorry, I'm going to call Lilith Folker to the stand.
Oh, we're not doing recess? Okay.
No.
Okay, Miss Folker, come on up and be sworn in. Thank you,
Raise your
Angel.
left hand. Miss Volker, please raise your left hand.
Am I not?
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
She
and
is.
nothing but the truth, so help you, hun?
Exactly right. I swear.
Thank you, Miss Volker.
All right, go ahead, Malton.
All right, Miss Folker, just to make this quick, what is your relationship with, what is your personal relationship with Vivek and Bobby?
We're a throuple.
Can you describe what that means for people who may not know that terminology?
Sorry, Judge, could you have the witness speak up? I can't really hear.
Oh, sorry. We're a
please speak up.
throuple. We're
Yeah,
a throuple.
Can you describe what a throuple is for those who may not be in the know?
Oh, we all consent in our romantic and sexual relations.
Okay, and so that means
Consensually.
Consensually, of course.
Consent is sexy.
All right, and what is your status in this throuple, shall we say? Like, sorry, I don't want to lead you. Like, what would you say your role is within this throuple?
Oh, I suppose the term would be dommy mommy.
And once again, can you describe what that means in as PG or the PG-13 terms that you can for the court?
Well, this can mean,
PG-13.
you know, using various forms of tools, sometimes sharp ones, stepping on, things like that, especially in heels, which are also sharp.
All right. In your opinion, what is Vivek's role in this throuple?
Oh, he is the champion cuck. He watches.
Okay.
He does not participate.
Okay. So I'm gonna just go over this video here, hit a couple lines. I don't think we all need to see this video again, but it is the one that Mr. K recorded.
This is so embarrassing. Yeah, go ahead.
So at some point in this video, you say something to the effect of "Get back to the vehicle." Who were you saying that to?
My president, Vivek Ramaswamy. That's RAMASQUAMY.
I did know that. King Cloud, I did know that.
That's that guy over there. Exactly right.
Why were you saying that to him?
Oh, because he has to, you know, do the deed on his own. He's not allowed to engage. I believe the correct term is masturbate.
Okay, well, yeah, that actually leads me to the next point. I believe in a similar vein, very shortly after, you say, "Take care, Mr. President."
Yes, that's in reference to him taking care of himself sexually. Coming, dare I say.
And in Vivek's role as the champion cuck in this relationship, is he allowed to disobey you?
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, nothing further.
All right. Any redirect for this witness?
Yes, absolutely, Judge. Thank you.
Or cross-examination? Sorry.
Can I proceed?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. How are we today, Miss Falker?
I'm okay. This whole trial honestly is quite humiliating. I can't believe that 3 adults were engaging in a consensual sexual relationship. We were just trying to be romantic, and this is so humiliating.
Let's talk about that sex relationship. Now, on the scene, I mean, it's true that you stabbed Mr. Charles, didn't you?
We were engaging in knife play. I did.
Go ahead.
Right. Go ahead.
Right, and that involved stabbing in the neck, didn't it?
Not intentionally, sir. You
Not
see,
intentionally?
no. So we were experimenting with knife play, and I was slicing his neck just a little bit, and oh, this is so embarrassing. I slipped, and he didn't use the safe word. I thought he was enjoying it. The sounds that he were making were just what I'm so used to hearing. I didn't realize he didn't say the safe word, so you have to understand.
Because he didn't say the safe word, but you stabbed him in the neck. Is that true?
No. Sliced.
Okay. You sliced. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that. Now, you said that this was a consensual relationship?
That's exactly right. Consensual is sexy.
Okay. And I guess I want to confirm, did you sign any
So I'm basically
consent
being
forms
asked
with
to
Mr. Charles
either
allowing you
legalize
to,
kink shaming
cause him
or
immense
to
physical health problems?
legalize knife
We
stabbing
are
people.
all adults. I do not believe there's any paperwork that needs to be done for 3 consenting adults in a relationship.
Oh, in fact, there's not. And I guess I want to confirm, did Mr. Charles say he wanted you to stab him before you did it?
Quite a conundrum.
He's
Yeah.
extremely into knife play. So yes.
No, that wasn't my question, so I'm happy to repeat it. Did Mr. Charles say to you before you stabbed him that he wanted you to stab him?
No. Again.
Okay.
It's not stabbing. It's
All right.
slicing, sir.
And after you stabbed him, you left the scene, didn't you?
After I sliced him, I did leave the area, yes.
That's right. And you didn't provide any medical attention for Mr. Charles, did you?
No, sir, I was not aware that he was, that severely injured.
Well, you saw he was bleeding, didn't you?
Well, yes, that's part of knife play. That's kind of the point, sir.
Right, you stabbed him in the neck, and then you
No, I
fled the scene.
sliced.
All right. Well, I guess let's get this out of the way. You didn't contact any emergency services, did you?
No, sir.
No. And you talked with investigators on this case, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Right, and when you talked to those investigators, you didn't tell them you stabbed Mr. Charles, did you?
No, sir.
And you didn't tell those investigators
I'm
that
sorry,
you were
sir.
sorry?
Are you kink shaming me? This is humiliating.
The witness will refrain from asking the
I'm
counsel
also going to
questions.
do a.
It's already embarrassing enough, sir.
I'm also going to do a general objection to scope. I didn't ask her anything about what she may or may not have told the police afterwards, just about what happened on the pier and the dynamic of their relationship.
Yeah, sustained.
Right, certainly, Judge. Now, Miss Folker, did you ever confess to anyone that you stabbed Mr. Charles?
I never stabbed anybody, so no.
That you sliced Mr. Charles?
He went
I
with
do
the
not recall. I don't believe so.
he went
All
with
right,
stabbed
and when you
again.
were asked about slicing Mr. Charles, you denied it, didn't you?
Well, once again, the scope objection, Your Honor. He's
Okay,
trying to
Judge.
end run to the police interrogation that may or may not have happened.
Well, Judge, I respectfully argue that the scope has been widened. I've asked her whether or not she's confessed or spoken to other individuals about this, and I do believe that since I've asked her about that, certainly me asking about her talking to law enforcement would be within that enlarged scope.
And her answer was, I don't recall, I don't think so, so I don't know how she could expand upon that.
Well, Judge, she didn't say that she didn't talk to anyone. She just simply said that she didn't confess.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna sustain that. Just ask another question.
Certainly. Now, Miss Folker,
Yes,
you
sir.
used that knife. What happened to that knife?
Oh, well, I took it down to the beach and I washed it.
You washed it. And
That's
you didn't
right.
take it with you, did you?
I did not.
Why not?
Why not?
Right.
I was scared, sir. Our relationship,
Big moment. Big moment.
it was supposed to be private, sir.
Oh, I can.
Let's see. All right, thank you.
I can
Thank you,
empathize
Judge.
with that. All right, thank you.
Some quick redirect. And in knife play, is it important to keep your instruments clean and sanitized between each use? Ms.
What?
Folker?
Say that
In
again.
knife play, is it important to keep your instruments clean and sanitized between each use?
Yes, sir. For health purposes, we don't want any infections like the Maxine.
So
Yes,
you-
the
you're-
sanitary ocean.
Describe how you would clean blood off a knife after knife play, then
Oh, you would sanitize it, of course.
with water.
No, 100% alcohol. But personally, I don't really like reusing tools. I like to buy brand new ones.
Understood. No further questions.
Alrighty. Miss Folker, you are free to go back down to your desk there.
Alrighty, you take care now.
I'm calling the champion cuck Vivek to the stand.
How's it going, everybody?
Champion Cuck Vivek, please approach the stand.
All right.
Mr. Ramaswamy, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you, hon?
I do.
All right, the witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Angel.
All right, Vivek, can I call you Mr. Cook?
You can call me whatever you want. I'll just watch to the side.
All right, well, Mr. Cook, once again, I'm going to ask you similar questions to that I asked Ms. Folker. How would you describe the relationship between yourself, Ms. Folker, and Bobby?
I would say the relationship between me, Lilith, and Bobby is quite kinky. Now, I'm a little embarrassed to say we do like to do experimentation on each other.
But before we get into that experimentation, can you just what would you say that your role in this kinky relationship was, if you had to sum it up?
I would say my role is to stand back and stand by, watch to the sides.
Okay.
I'm a cuck, sir. Is that what you want? I'm a total cuck.
Yeah, that. Well, I mean, those are your words, I suppose.
Exactly right.
Bobby Charles just started
mentioned,
looking for discreet
kinky
places to hide.
Experimentation earlier. Can you describe like what kind of kinky experimentation?
It's such a great question. Thank you so much for asking. Well, first and foremost, something that we've been experimenting with is knife play. We love it. I love to watch on the sides, and you know, that's basically it. We love doing that. We're at Thruple, and we're all in love with each other. And I just want to say to Lilith and Bobby, I thought now would be a great time to ask, will you both marry me?
Bobby isn't here.
Bobby's already married, you dumb cuck.
Yes, I'm aware, but I want to say he's willing to go all the way with me. Will you both marry me?
Oh my god.
I'm here in Bobby's place. He wanted me to. You ready?
Ain't no
Lilith?
fucking way.
That's right. As the judge is my witness,
What
I
is
want
happening?
I want
I honestly
Bobby and
don't know,
Lilith to
Your Honor.
marry me, unless
Sir?
you guys are not okay
But he's
with
not objecting
gayness.
to it.
Murphy, I did give Carmine
Are you
contact warning
serious?
earlier.
I'm
if you
serious.
wanna,
I'm
you know.
so happy.
Yes, Vivek, yes.
Pretty sure Bobby fled.
Yes, I do.
It's already
Bobby
almost
Charles
over.
would say in this place.
Let's go! Just like that.
Day one.
Gayness after
CLM.
marriage. Day one. Let's go.
Hey, fellas, wrap the shit up, okay?
Congratulations.
Oh my
Day
god.
one.
Oh my god,
all
you're
of-
my day one.
All of that is stricken from the record. Everything that happened after he came down off the witness stand. So,
What
happened?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Noted. So moving on then to the pier with this kinky experimentation here. You did describe in your own words. Sorry, what happened at the end of Chumash Pier?
Such a great question. Thank you so much for asking. So there I was, watching. All right.
I mean, this, to be fair, this has been going on for a while.
side
So
by
if somebody
side.
wants to liven
And
it up a
as
little bit,
Lilith so
I'm not gonna
eloquently put
complain.
it, they were doing knife play, and let me tell you, I was getting
But it's not gonna affect
extremely
the case.
excited. It was as if I was holding the Constitution. Frankly, sir, I was erect. While I was watching them do knife play, I got so excited, and I was just standing by, and I wanted to make sure I finished the job. As in ejaculated, sir. That's exactly right.
Okay. As the cuck in the relationship, do you get to direct your dommy mommy in what she does with other men?
Such a great question. No. He tells me what to do.
And you just did what you were told on that day at the end of the pier?
That's exactly right. Day one.
No further questions.
Day one. And I'm sorry, let me just say, I vote with love. I hope the judge does as well.
You're not
I believe
done.
the
You're not
prosecutor
Yeah,
done.
has
you're
some questions
I'm
for you,
sorry.
Come back
Mr.
up
Cook.
here,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Ramaswamy.
Mr. Ramaswamy, how are we?
Please call me Vivek Ramaswamy. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Listen, I got a couple questions for you. First off, does your Dommy mommy, is that what you call it? Does she ever tell you to lie?
No. He does
Right.
not.
He doesn't tell you to lie, but why did you lie in this case?
Why
Can you
did you
please
lie?
be specific? What are
Well,
you
I
trying to
certainly
ask?
can. Well, you talked to investigators, didn't you?
Objection, scope. Didn't mention anything about him talking to anyone after the fact.
Yeah, stay within the scope. Sustained.
Certainly, Judge. Now, let's talk about the incident in that case. Now, you
All right.
were aware what was going to happen during that session, let's say. Is that right?
I was aware not about the result, but rather the attempt.
And what does that mean?
I was aware that I was going to see some kinky shit, sir.
Right. You knew that your, I guess, newlywed or newly engaged, she had a knife with her. You knew that, right?
That's correct for knife play. And that's a kink that should be recognized by this court.
Certainly. And that knife play, that involves using that knife, doesn't it?
Does involve using a knife. Correct.
And you knew that your wife was going to use that knife on Mr. Charles, didn't you?
For a kink, not to injure.
Right. And you were there to participate, weren't you?
I was there to stand back and stand by as I watch and get erect. That's exactly right.
Right. You were there to participate, weren't you?
I was there to watch. You have to define participation in this term. In terms of kink, you have to be very specific. As someone who's been a part of the kink forums for a long time, participation can mean a lot of things, so you have to be very specific, sir.
All right, well, let's break this down a little bit, I suppose, then. You're part of the throuple, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
All right, and you participate in these sessions, don't you?
I watch.
And do you agree with me that watching is participation in the session?
Well, then, me talking about it means you're participating in our kink session right now because you're technically participating in it, wouldn't you say?
No, sir. I'm asking you the question.
Okay, then go ahead. What's your question?
No, sir.
What's your
You
question?
would agree with me that you watching there would make you a part of that session.
I disagree
All
because
right.
you have to define participation, sir.
All right.
I would
sir.
say I'm watching. I watch TV and I watch a lot of, I
Okay,
watch
he
my wife
disagrees.
getting railed. Would I say I participate in my wife getting railed? Absolutely not.
All right, certainly.
Right?
And I want to clarify, you didn't intervene, did you?
I did not.
No, you didn't.
Because
you
I'm a
watched-
cuck. I love watching. Correct.
Right, and you watched. You watched.
Right.
You
Right, I love
watched
watching.
as your wife.
That's right. He's a cock. Damn.
Right,
Day one, my wife getting railed. That's right.
Day
You
one.
watched as your new, your new wife stabbed Mr. Charles, didn't you?
Nope.
Say again?
Nope. I said nope because you keep going back to stab when both Lilith and I were clearly stating there was no stabbing. It was an attempt at knife play. And the bazinga word was not rang true. So I'm not going to agree to your false premise of stabbing. It was a slice on accident, a kink play gone wrong. And I, sir, will not stand by as you attempt to kink shame us. We're clearly embarrassed about this. So let me just say, I stand for love. Gay one, ladies and gentlemen.
2024.
Gay one. Unless you're against gayness, lawyer, go ahead.
Oh, Mr. Ramaswamy, okay? You left the scene, didn't you?
I leave the scene? Yeah, eventually I left the scene.
You left the
He is
scene
here.
after your wife stabbed Mr. Charles, did you not?
Eventually, she did not stab. I do not agree with this premise once again.
Okay. If you use the word stab one more time, Mr. Hall, I'm going to use more than the word stab.
Certainly, Judge. I'm happy to refrain from using that phrase.
That one didn't work. It was meant to be a more than words thing. Okay. Anyway, go on.
All right, certainly. All right, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Call me Vivek, please.
All right, Vivek. So, after you left the scene, you didn't contact any emergency services, did you?
Well, it's such a great question, actually. I walked away into my car because I wanted to sit there in my car. Is that all right? I was not aware that anything went awry. I was just standing back and standing by and watching.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you so much. And I love talking to lawyers, let me tell you. Love jacking it. I am big into kink. And let me just say, I hope this court sides with the gays because I am pro-gay. I think a man should have the freedom to look at another man's gayness after marriage.
All right, thank-
no redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. He's going back. Okay. All right. Are you both prepared to do your closings?
I am.
And you have no
Alrighty,
further
Judge.
witnesses? Let me double check that.
No, we're no further witnesses.
All right, perfect. And you're both ready? Prosecution, give your closing statement, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Honors, this is a fairly simple case. We've laid out the evidence. We know that on the 27th, the defendants, Ms. Fulker and Mr. Ramaswamy, they met. They convinced Mr. Charles to come with them to the Chumash Pier, whereafter they stabbed him. Now, we can, of course, go back and forth as to whether or not this
Not a
was
stab, by the
consensual.
way. Once again, sorry.
This, of course,
Slice.
consent doesn't actually matter. You cannot inflict deadly
What?
bodily harm against another person consensually. You just cannot. It is not legal to do so. Now, the defense will have the court believe that this was consensual, that this was a sexual act, shall we say. But there's not any evidence to support that. In fact, there's plenty of evidence that contradicts that. Now, the testimony of Mr. Ramaswamy, Ms. Fulker, and even Mr. Charles is not trustworthy when they say that this was a consensual situation. It simply was not. You heard the testimony here today, Your Honors. You can see in the video the fear in Mr. Charles's voice. He's not acting. He's not pretending. He's not a part of any consensual activity. If he was, we would have seen that in the video. We would have seen that in the testimony of unbiased witnesses that testified here today. Now, we know that there are major concerns about the testimony of these three individuals. First, I'll start off with Mr. Charles. We know that he was coerced and pressured by another individual based on a video that was submitted to change and alter his testimony. Now, it's the people's assertion that his testimony was altered from what actually happened to present a lighter tone, a tone more consistent with that of the defendants, that this was a consensual act. But it wasn't. We know that the pressure got to him, that his testimony was tampered with to the extent that he admitted that it was consensual. When we know that it wasn't. The testimony just doesn't back up that claim. And with the two co-defendants, the court can simply not believe their testimony. They spoke with investigators. You heard from the testimony of Officer York. They sat down for questioning. And in that questioning, they both unequivocally denied being involved in this matter. And when they did that, they lied. They were involved. They were there. They were not elsewhere in the state. They weren't conducting other business. They were there with Miss Fulker stabbing Mr. Charles in an attempt to murder him. That's what they were doing. So to say now that we can believe their testimony, we can believe that this was consensual when they were not willing to testify to the truth when they were originally questioned is ludicrous. We know that they're not being truthful now. We know, based on that video, that Miss Fulker didn't just accidentally slip with the knife. She didn't just consensually use it against Mr. Charles. She sat him on his knees against his will with a knife to his neck and then kicked him and stabbed him straight in the neck. Now, she did that for no other reason than to kill him. And that's a simple fact. We've proven that here today. There's no other reason that she would do that other than to kill him. And we have a quite simple theory as to why that is, Judge. You heard it here today. Not the theory that the defense would purport, but the actual thing that happened. You see, again, Mr. Ramaswamy was stabbed early in the day. He was relying on Mr. Charles to provide him with proper protection, and Mr. Charles didn't. Mr. Ramaswamy got stabbed. And in revenge, he and Miss Fulker...
Yo, how we doing, chat? How we doing?
Engaged in a conspiracy to murder
Again, sorry I'm quiet.
Mr. Charles. They brought him to the pier, sat him on his knees, and then tried to kill him. This is a simple case, Judge. As I said at the opening, the conspiracy, the attempt to murder, and the cover-up. The evidence is insurmountable, Judge. You simply cannot believe the lies that have been presented here at trial today. And for that reason, I ask that you find both defendants guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hall.
All right,
Defense?
clearly, yes, Your Honor. Clearly, this isn't so simple, or we would have been here for the better part of 4 hours. Look, they got no victim, right? They have someone who allegedly filmed and may have thought about what was going on, but none of the people who were actually there and called to testify are saying that this was anything but a consensual act between a throuple. These are seasoned investigators, according to the prosecution, and yet they don't put down alibis, they don't put down recordings, they don't even put down what their initial statement is. They're simply recalling what they allegedly said about a week later. And I think all of us know how reliable that recollection testimony can be. Spoiler alert, it's the least reliable type. That's why you typically need things to back it up, such as statements written on the day of, which we don't have. Now, I got two clients here, so I'm going to have to split up a little bit in this closing. Let's start with Mr. Champion Cuck over here. By his own words and by the own admission of everyone here, he was watching. He didn't know what was going to happen. He walks away, and everything that happens after that is between Lilith and the alleged victim. We have no Good Samaritan law. We have no duty to report. Vivek is no more guilty of the crimes he is being accused of than the people who looky-looed a bank truck shootout 7 years ago. Now, let's move on to Ms. Folker here, and I'm going to ask you to look at the definitions of the law when you go back to deliberate. Brandishing a non-firearm. It says that the person has to be, you know what, I apologize here. I don't want to misspeak, so I'll just quote it directly. Without a brandishing of a non-firearm, it is unlawful for you to draw or exhibit in a rude, angry, or threatening way in the presence of another person. It was certainly in the presence of another person, but to get your kink on, that's not rude or threatening. That's just trying to get your rocks off. Now, let's go back to the next crime that she's being charged with. Let's read the definition for just the attempted murder second degree, because it's very similar. The attempt to unlawfully kill. It doesn't say the attempt to kill. It says the attempt to unlawfully kill. Nowhere in our legislation do we regulate kink. I would argue that this is a lawful consensual act between two people, and thus this charge does not apply. Now, the city council may elect to restrict certain activities or restrict the wording of the laws in the future, but that's not now. Now, in order to push it towards the unlawful crime, there has to be an underlying crime. This wasn't a bank robbery. This man wasn't robbed. He wasn't kidnapped there. Everyone is saying that he's there of his own volition. He's there consensually. A consensual act happened. Like it or not, everything that happened on that pier
Thanks for the
within the bounds of our
8-month
current
resub.
laws and legislation. Thank you.
Well done.
All right. Thanks, everybody. This has been a long one. I do want everybody to keep in mind that we did have several issues along the way, so this might have been a fair bit shorter. So you've all been very great and patient. Going to go try to deliberate and get a decision as quickly as possible, so we can all go about our business. All right, Angel, you want to come?
Yeah.
You know where the good room to talk is.
Yeah.
You all right?
Okay.
You know where you want
How
to
much
have
are
a
these
chat?
cars be?
You guys fuck out in public anyway.
Sorry, what was that?
We could just talk in the juvenile department.
Are you interested in watching?
Okay.
Max joining the Cuck
Yeah,
lifestyle?
I mean, as long as no one's gonna like come in here.
Okay.
So we're basically being asked to either we're being followed in here.
Hey, excuse me, guys. Can I offer you some cake?
No, no.
You need to leave.
What's in here?
He's a scammer.
We're deliberating the case. You need to leave.
Oh
You're
shit!
not
You're the
crap.
judges. Okay, sorry.
Yes.
He's part of crap. He's a scammer.
Hey, well, let me know if you change your mind.
I just hate that we have like sound issues in the locked office. Okay.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So I mean, like we're basically being asked to either like legalize knife play or legalize kink shaming. So
Yeah.
we're not going to do either of those things.
I will say this: as someone who actually has participated in knife play, you know, what she did was by no means knife play. I'm just, I'm just gonna say I have experience with knife play, and that's not knife play. You very gently use the knife.
Right.
You would not use a weapon like that. And I don't need to go to detail, okay? But that wasn't knife play.
I mean, I understand, but you know, then like you know, everybody has different experiences too. Like, see, it's kind of neither here nor there. Like I'm not gonna decide that knife play. I'm not gonna legalize knife play or legalize kink shaming. That's not what I'm gonna do. And I can't really take your knowledge of knife play into consideration too much on a personal level. What I think is any situation where an eyewitness and a victim, you know, recants or changes their story, or in this case, it seems like that was his only story. I mean, I don't see a statement really. I just see the one text with the help me. I mean, he could still need help for. I mean, like, did they ever go over that video? Where's that video? They never went over it.
Right now. No,
Yeah, that's the first thing we should do. Hang on.
Do you want to watch the stabbing first, and then we can watch the witness one?
Well, I already watched the stabbing several times. Sorry, I can't talk with the tablet out.
You're fine. I'm gonna review the stabbing one and listen to what they say.
All right, let's watch the news video. They never went over this news video or called attention to it. All right, there's okay. Display cap.
Okay, did you review the stabbing?
Yeah, I'm trying to watch both videos. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna watch
another
the
minute.
second one now.
Okay, they said something about a video where it proves that Bobby's testimony was altered. I didn't see anything about that.
In this video, the second one.
There's a Weasel News video, and it just shows the stabbing with
Are
news.
you? No, there's another one. It's a Dropbox video. That's the one that they're referring to.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, that's the one I'm watching. It's them in a car, and it appears to be them trying to corroborate some sort of story. I was just starting that one right now.
I fucking love Carmine, dude.
Okay.
Okay. Did you watch the video?
I've watched both of them. Yeah.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Well, I have a couple of thoughts. I guess let's just tackle it one thing at a time. Start off with the perjury. I wouldn't say that there's anything here that would directly show that they were perjuring themselves, but I do think that there's a lot of fishy circumstances surrounding the actual stories that they're trying to corroborate, and I don't necessarily believe they told us the truth in there. I don't know if there's anything there to substantiate that, but that second video is not very.
All right, chat. Everybody keep it
It
chill,
clearly
please.
shows some sort of attempt to manipulate the truth one way or another. And then as for the first video, listening to the things that Bobby is saying, either that's some very intense role play or he was genuinely in fear for his life, because he appeared to be bargaining away circumstances and trying to actually bargain for his life there. It didn't seem to be some sort of kink to me. But, I've seen stranger things before.
All right, I can't with the crying. We got to find someplace else.
Yeah, we can go down to the meeting room. Unfortunately, because the tsunami happens, we're gonna have to deal with some fucking annoying locals everywhere. It should be better in here. I don't hear any.
No, there's.
I'm not crying.
Okay, yeah, they're not crying. All right.
So, I mean, ultimately, I guess it really depends on the charges that we're looking at here.
Brandishing non-firearm and attempted in the first.
Right. I'm gonna be honest with you. I do see a pretty big case to be argued here for attempted first degree, based off of the video of and the way that Lilith is actually speaking to him. She's clearly, trying to inflict some harm on him. Whether that's trying to kill him or not, I don't really know.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about her. I'm worried more about him.
About who, Vivek?
Yeah, like.
Oh, him.
Yeah, that's basically I'm more interested in lining everything up where like supposedly he left the area before this even happened. So like.
I mean, he left like 20 seconds before the stabbing took place. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's gonna be the key thing, where it's gonna determine whether he was culpable at all for what she did. Because I mean, how long does someone have to leave an area, married or not married, before someone else's agency takes over? And how do you prove? They didn't like submit any proof that they were conspiring together to do that. Everything is conjecture in this case, and it's just conflicting stories, neither of which are completely true.
That's true.
So
I think the most important thing to look at in this case is the actual evidence that we have.
Yeah.
With that in mind, with him leaving, like, I think it's exactly like 16 seconds before. I mean, he knew something was going to go down, according to his testimony. Knife play of some sort, according to what he said. So, if he is to believe, then he knew what she was about to do was going to occur.
Well, if he believed it was knife play, genuinely, which, bullshit or it's not bullshit, and she did something different, still, she has her own agency. So,
of course, yeah.
Like, Bobby went up there and testified that it was that way. And yeah, there's a video that we got to talk about too. But I don't know. Let's just talk. Let's just talk about the video and that. Let's just talk about if the video, so we can figure out if we can just debunk the thing entirely. Because
okay,
I feel like the Carmine does not necessarily paint us a Rembrandt. It's more of a Picasso.
Right. Yeah, sure.
So what do you think about that video and what Carmine says?
Is Carmine talking this video?
He calls it the normal story. It's the last video, the Dropbox video.
Oh, you're talking about the second video.
That's the video I'm worried about. I've seen the stabbing
I
from
got you.
every,
Okay. Alright, okay.
yeah. I'm good on the stabbing.
Right.
What Carmine says in the video,
He
and
mentions that Lilith told him to say something at this point some point in the video.
Come on.
And that he needs to be on the same page with someone. So to me, that leads to some form of corroboration between him and one of the defendants. Obviously they're gonna try and like set up some sort of story. Let me listen to more of this.
Come on, Bobby and I are over here. Come over here.
but it's like, yeah, they're talking about an alternate story to the knife play story, but he calls it like the normal story, not like there's I
The
don't.
normal story could be the sequence of events as it happened versus what
Yeah.
they want to portray.
Exactly.
This video is
So
very concerning to me, honestly.
it is, and I wanna find out if there's an easy way for us to dismiss the idea that it was knife play entirely, but it's just not there. It's I'm trying to think of the right word for it. Everything is in between.
Big gray area.
Yeah. Tricky
Reasonable
one.
doubt. I
Ver-
mean,
It's not reasonable doubt. It's like it's very difficult to prove a case typically if the key eyewitness for the prosecution changes their story. And so you do have to kind of cross the finish line to like disprove their testimony and prove that they were coerced. But I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I also have to like look from the other side too, and come to some conclusion. And I'm just trying to find the piece of evidence from the prosecution that really stands out to me. And
for perjury.
I think it's the text message, but I don't know. Eddie the Yeti, thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. And thanks for the
To prove their case? Are you looking for
thanks for
that
the other
sort of
subs too,
piece of
guys.
evidence?
Because like the text message does say help, right? And like that's like the only smoking gun that I found. All the stuff with the knife I found to be very confusing with the dual narratives. So
Right.
uh
And it gets mentioned again in this video about the knife being found by Mr. K. So
yeah.
even before they're getting up on
But like why did
testimony
then, you know, I'm talking about like the whole story about how it was supposedly given to Max, and like without all the proper context around why that would be significant, like, you know, obviously
that
he's
was very
a opponent, so that could be a factor. Like I don't know, it was more the lawyers that didn't give the context around this, because like all the witnesses and everything gave good testimony for their respective stories, but the lawyers did not frame anything for us. Like, I don't know why Mr. K went up there and told an alternate story if it's not true. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I understand.
it wasn't fleshed out by the counselors.
I think that most of the witnesses here were telling conflicting stories for their own various reasons. They probably have their own underlying reasons as to why. I don't know if it's necessarily our place to guess as to why, but clearly they were not. They're all these stories are conflicting every single way. I don't know how much we could trust their actual individual testimonies.
Yeah. All right.
Any of them,
Before
honestly.
okay,
Any of
I am
them.
extremely distracted, not by the noise, but by the fact that I really need to use the bathroom, and that's why I'm kind of getting scatterbrained. I gotta take a minute,
I go do that.
and then we'll resume this conversation.
Sure.
All right, chat. It's been like 3.5 hours I'm gonna make this as quick as possible, but I have got to run to the bathroom and stuff. Been here for a while. Thanks for all the subs, guys. I might actually run some ads if I can. All right, BRB.
Anywhere that isn't here, lady.
Oh, hello, niece. You know, how's your day been, niece? You know, me and Ramona, we've been amazing.
You're you're kink shaming me right now, ma'am. I'm submissive. This is kink shaming.
All right, Richard, you know we don't actually.
Anybody know anybody who owns any businesses?
I own a business. I own a. I do. It's I'm the CEO of Actually, you can't wear a wire because you went through a metal detector, bitch. Oh, I got your ass. I got your ass, Richard. I got your ass.
I threw it over.
I swear to God. No, you didn't throw it over. No. I swear to God. God damn it, you always gotta find something.
Can you guys be quiet? Can you stop, guys, stop yelling, please?
Yeah, stop yelling how you're gonna yell and lie on stand some more, Bobby. Stop yelling about that.
Thank you. Adam, I need you to leave.
Alexander,
Huh?
I'm the owner
What'd
of
you
a.
I need you to leave.
Oh, okay. Who are you?
The judge presiding over this
Whoa.
case with Braun.
That's freaking awesome.
You own K Connected or whatever?
Where do I grab my shit?
Connected. Okay, well, listen, I'm the one that made the Group 6 SOP, and all the other documents. I did it for LS Systems. I just did it for Lang Buddha on his Los Santos syndication. If you want, I can connect with you afterwards.
Oh my god, I feel so much better. Okay, chat. Thinking cap is on. Thinking cap is on. I hope everybody's taking it easy on my mods and behaving themselves in chat. All right, we need to look at this report and all this evidence. Let me get my all right, I'm back.
Okay, so I reviewed a couple things that stood out to me. I don't know if they stood out to you, but they did to me. When in the second video, Bobby directly refers to the knife not as like a tool or a kink weapon, but he refers to it as a murder weapon. And I don't think you would refer to a weapon used against you like that unless you knew the intentions for that weapon in the first place. So I think it lends, it casts some doubt on what was I, what am I trying to say here? It casts some doubt on the consensual aspect here, because you would not call a consensual knife like that a murder weapon, right? In addition to the fact that apparently they were in constant communication with Lilith, who was supposedly telling them something about what to say, maybe. I don't know. This second video
Yo,
really
Eddie
makes
the
it all
Eddie,
about
thank
his
you very
bad
much for the
testimony,
7
in my
gifted
opinion.
subs. Oh my god. Thank you so much.
Or at least it calls all of it into question.
Pondering, having a good conversation with my business partner.
Sorry, I'm just like also trying to multitask right now. I'm pretty bad at it.
Sure.
I'm not quite as used to this as back when I was a lawyer.
Mhm.
Did a lot of just single tasking or zero
Yeah, of
tasking.
course. Of course, of course.
So I'm mostly at this point interested in where we place Vivek, and through the testimony and the report, you know, how complicit he is in the whole thing. So according to their story, we got like several different stories. So according to the police, the prosecution side of what Bobby initially said versus what he said now, what Bobby actually said, what the candidate said, what Lilith said, what and what the examination of the crime scene. The examination of the crime scene, I think that was it Ruby?
Yeah, Ruby.
I think that was the only like actual honest testimony that we heard the entire case. I think no one else was entirely truthful except for Ruby York's description of the investigation of the crime scene.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Like every other witness was not completely honest. So I was gonna bring this up now that Norman's here. It's a good time to bring it up. I don't know about giving Bobby Charles perjury. Normally, I would want some sort of proof or evidence of coercion that he would have to affirm in order to avoid that. But if we charge him with perjury, I feel like we're gonna have to charge like 3 or 4 other people with perjury also. Like basically everyone, because I don't think anyone has been completely honest. Finding all the testimony in this case lacks credibility.
Did he? Okay, so where is the so the assertion is that he lied under oath today. Do you have anything that you can bring to any kind of a burden of proof that is beyond reasonable doubt that he told a different story or anything, or is it just relying on the text messages that he sent to Carmine?
Yeah, that's the only smoking gun that I found. And what was it? The
video.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a video with some corroboration and some
Carmine
things
refers
that
to it as the normal story, though. He doesn't say like the fake story, the other fake story. Says they're talking about an alternative strategy in a car, and Carmine is going over it, and then he says, you know, we should just go with the story, the knife play story.
also Bobby
So it's
refers
like
to it as the murder weapon.
So it's like, because you call something a story, that's in and of itself proof. You know,
He called it a murder weapon.
Yes, he calls the knife used a murder weapon, and he refers to the fact the police have it in their custody.
this is crazy. This is a crazy case, chat.
Hmm.
In my personal opinion, I think that it's pretty close to being able to push perjury, and at least Bobby. He's the only one there that actually testified. And the other ones, though, I don't know if we have enough to substantiate that them intentionally lying about it outside
Well,
of his
they.
testimony.
Well, I mean, Ramaswamy and Falker followed the same narrative that was the lie that he brought in here, right?
Well, yeah, I also
Oh.
should mention that at one point Carmine mentions in this video Lilith telling them to do something or say something. I have to remember. I have to review the exact.
Where's the which is it in the evidence in the report?
Yeah, it is.
You know which one it is by any chance?
It is exhibit footnote, the very bottom. They don't really necessarily outright say anything, but the things that they do say make us raise our eyebrows and point to a few things being out of place and make their testimonies
Yeah.
incredibly suspect.
I mean, it's entirely probable that that it is in fact the case, but beyond a reasonable doubt, I mean, Norman, you know, when a key eyewitness slash victim recants their testimony and changes their entire story, it doesn't often bode well. So, you know, it tends to result in charges being dismissed a lot of the time. So unless you have the smoking gun, the proof that you know, they changed it for gain or for some reason or out of fear, you know, that's how mobsters stay out of jail a lot of the time. You know, will change their stories, right? So in a case like this where you know,
Sorry, you need to
you
leave.
got
Sorry, I'm programmed.
in a
The
case
offices we have keys to the offices upstairs for future reference.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
In a case like this though, where the victim is corroborating the defendant's story in such a manner, I just feel like it's better if everyone else on the prosecution's witness list pretty much was lying too about something. Like every witness was not telling the truth, or you know, embellishing or being less than honest, or saying I don't remember. So I'm more interested in the evidence and how that adds up as far as Vivek. As far as Lilith goes, I'm prepared to find her guilty, basically. I'm more concerned about the fact that Vivek was gone from the scene, and if there's corroborative evidence that they agreed that he was going to be stabbed or it happened, and that he was aware of that plan.
Okay.
Because if everybody's lying, that's fine. Like, we could charge everybody with perjury if we wanted to. That's at our discretion. For the charges right now, that's what I need to know is if anybody said anything or is anywhere in evidence that that supposedly, like, even if that's also dishonest, I just want to see it.
That's supposedly what?
That supposedly Vivek said, oh yeah, you know, stab him, or you know, like, there's none of that. It's just their story that's made up. But
right,
even if we just cancel out the story, there's nothing except the fact that they're married and they work together on this campaign to indicate that they would, you know, that he would necessarily be aware if he walked away, and she did that.
Well, he's being charged as an accessory,
Right.
and I don't even know if he necessarily needs to be fully aware of it to be charged with that. I don't know. Do we still have a specific definition for accessory in the MDT?
Yeah, it's in the MD. It's in the MDT. Go to.
Where exactly is it?
So if you just hover over, like, for the charge in question, attempted first degree murder, just hover over where the accomplice charge would be.
Oh, here it is.
And it's all defined there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, all that it requires is that they're present. And I guess we needed to find like how present is present. I mean, he was clearly obviously in the area. I mean,
Wait, I
he's only
can't
15
get. I
seconds
can only get
away.
accomplice to show up, not
You have
accessory.
to go to the second line.
It reads it's all under the same, right?
Yeah,
It reads accomplice, but then there's a second paragraph that says an
Yeah.
accessory is generally not present. So on and so forth.
They don't even
Okay.
necessarily they don't even need to be present there. And he was, by my definition, he was present. He was in the media area. So personally, based off of the testimony that he was given, that he knew that some sort of knife play was going to be going on. Clearly, obviously, he's potentially lying about some of that. He knew something was going to happen in the area, and based off the definition here, he technically would be fitting, either being.
You know, you guys are right. I'm putting in emote only
accessory to
for a
this
couple
or
minutes.
being there with her. Me personally, I would probably be willing to find him guilty and accessory as well.
You guys need to be nice, behave. I don't wanna be focused on chat right now.
If she's gonna be found guilty for attempted first degree, which I think she should be based off of this video and the evidence presented in court,
Mhm.
I also think that he should be found guilty for accessory as he was a party there.
Now, let's get some order emotes going. Yo, thanks for the gifted
The meeting
sub.
doesn't happen without him, right?
Right.
Because the whole premise is that Bobby Charles is his security, supposedly.
Yeah.
So none of this happens without him even being there, or without Ramaswamy knowing something in the first place. Now, whether he knew what Lilith was going to do or not, we can't really tell.
True.
Did you? My question is, do you think there's enough? If you're going to charge him, did he do anything in any capacity to knowingly and willfully enable that crime?
To what? Sorry.
To knowingly and willfully enable that crime to happen, right?
Right.
Or did she just decide, hey, no, fuck you, I'm gonna stab you? Do you have enough to say that he was in some way aware, or in some way was an instrument to that happening?
Yeah, that's my main question. Because everything else, I can kind of cut through all the bullcrap and say, well, it tends to indicate that she did that and that a lot of this is bullshit. But with him, it's more about what he said.
There's a specific question that I wrote down that stood out to me when he was questioning Mr. Vivek on the stand. Where he asked him specifically if he knew that there was going to be knife play there and if he knew that this was going to happen. And he says that he was aware and he wanted to see it.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, do we give credibility to his testimony here or no? Because if we do give credibility to it, then we'd also have to believe that he was actually there to see some geeky shit.
Well, I mean, we take his testimony seriously, then it's knife play. So
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So then,
so either it's knife play
yeah,
or it wasn't.
It's knife play or it wasn't knife play.
Yeah, and I don't think it was.
Yeah.
I'm watching the video that Kay recorded again.
Yeah, what do you think?
She has the knife in her hand the whole time. She doesn't pull it. You don't see her reach for it or anything. She's not. Her hand isn't always clearly in view. But then she makes the call for him to go. Like, she says, like, Mr. President, go to the car, basically. And then tells Bobby to get on his knees, and then you just see the knife, right? She doesn't reach for it at any point in time. So he knows that she has a knife in her hand.
That's true. I mean, that would make him, at the very minimum, an accessory to brandishing if you were going to charge her with that. I don't think you should if you're going to give her first degree murder, though.
The perjury is on the PD to push, though, too, right? We don't get to assign it anymore.
They wanted to push that, actually. They approached the bench and asked us.
They asked.
All right, so Lilith basically orders him to leave, and he's like, she's a dommy mommy, and he's a cuck, as they stated, and
Which,
he
true.
leaves. So even like, okay, even if the knife play is bullshit, the Dommy Mommy stuff seems pretty legit. So and at the very least, she like tells him to leave and he leaves, and then she decides to do that. So that would tend to indicate that it's at least it's at least as possible as not that she was trying to protect him from something he doesn't know she's going to do, or at least you know, hide something from him that she doesn't want him to know about. So what are the alternatives to that? Why would she have him leave if she thought that it was a safe place to stab somebody, or an unsafe place to stab somebody? Why tell him to go to the car instead of drive away? And you know, so those are some other questions. And I don't want to expand too much more of this, because this is a fucking bench trial. But
Yeah.
what do you think of that?
But this is yeah, it's a bench trial, but if he's found guilty, this alters his.
Yeah, I can't give a shit about that when I make a decision about a court case, right? So
No, but it's still a reason why you should deliberate it. You should at least,
well, we are gonna deliberate it. I'm just like, you know, if we go down the rabbit hole on everything, we'll be here all day, and you know, it may get to the point soon that we need to reconvene tomorrow and do the verdict then. You know what I'm saying?
I think we're at the final point of what you need to figure out.
We're basically there.
All right, so what do you think of that then? Let's get back on track. You know, when you watch the video, ask yourself, if he was aware, why would she try to hide it from him? And if she was trying to protect him, why wouldn't she just have him leave if she didn't think it was, you know, if she thought that like it would be bad for his campaign or whatever if she stabbed him in front of him?
Yeah.
So that calls me to question a level of complicity. Well, yeah, plausible deniability, but that people do that because it tends to work. You know what I'm saying? So we have to pick that apart.
I agree, but I think if we're gonna, considering that we only have the laws as they are, based off just the wording of the charge that they're pushing on him, I think he's guilty just by that alone. I don't even think he needs to know about it happening.
Can one of you give me the second video? Send it over to me. I'm not finding it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Is it in? I don't see where it's at in the report. I see that Weasel News. I see the video from Mr. K.
I just emailed it to you.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I guess it really just depends on. I really think this is just going to come down to how we want to rule this, because, you know, I'm a very like as it's written kind of person, and when I
Yeah.
see this and when I see the evidence in front of me, I would just immediately default to, well, he's guilty, right? Because that's how it's written in the MDT. That's the way the charges are as they are. This is the evidence that we see. It's pretty cut and dry in my opinion.
What do you think, Norman?
I'm just watching this second video for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like a tenth of the way into it, but I think everyone's. I think just based on that first question about the knife, the murder weapon.
Right. That's what stood out to me about that video too.
I'd lean more towards, finding him guilty then. I don't. Let me keep looking at the. Her, definitely yes.
Yeah, I don't think that she's in question at all for us. It's just him.
My thing is, you know, just like from my perspective, you know, you're a by the letter person. Me, it's like I don't like to reward bad work very much. And so getting a guilty where like all of the prosecution's witnesses just like lied or whatever, you know, like it's a sloppy case on both sides. But the defense actually had a more like airtight narrative between them and all their witnesses than the prosecution had. Even though, yeah, we're pretty sure it's bullshit, it's still like had fewer inconsistencies. Because yeah, it was a prosecution star witness that you know corroborated the defense's story.
Right.
And
Their
it's gonna come down to
evidence is
the
only so airtight because we have a video of them corroborating with each other.
right.
And we also now know that they lied to the police in the moment, right? Because
Right.
Ruby mentioned the thing about the deep fakes and all this business, and in the second video, you can hear them mention. I don't know why they're talking about this AI deepfake stuff. You can hear them outright say that too. So they lied to the cops through and through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm inclined to go more towards the way Angel's leaning here, I think. Just based on everything I'm reviewing now and kind of seeing everything and hearing the whole case.
Yeah, because even if I kind of pull for Vivek with him like not being present and go against like what it says, like doesn't have to be present in the charge. Even if I go by that like him later lying multiple times kind of casts guilt upon him anyway. You know, so if he was just like, oh, I wasn't there, we were just there to talk about security, right? Then there would be some doubt there, but everybody's colluding on this. So, you know, if you're colluding after the fact, then you're probably colluding before the fact also.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm wondering is why exactly is Bobby changing up his narrative? Why is he working with Carmen like that?
Coercion, maybe.
I don't know, but I
profit.
don't think we can. I don't think we can wander in too far into that because
Yeah,
there was no
facts not in
docketed
evidence.
matter. There was known witness list, so we couldn't really dive too far into like witness tampering business. There's a missing
Yeah.
bit there because of the nature of this hearing.
This probably should have been a docket case, but I mean, it's as a prospective mayoral candidate, not even a mayoral candidate. So, and you know, I don't know, it wouldn't necessarily matter. So, it just seems like this should have been a docket case. But yeah, I mean, this is the case we were
Yeah.
given. It's imperfect on both sides, but yeah,
I think you go with what you got here on your verdict, and I don't think you. I personally I wouldn't muddy the water with perjury here. Do I think they lied? Yeah. Can I prove
Yeah.
beyond reasonable doubt? No.
I think you
But if I push perjury for one, I got to give it to everyone that I can see is full of shit. So like, I don't even want to go there.
And yeah, that's whether they have a burden of proof to meet on that is entirely a different story. I again I agree with Angel here too. So
yeah.
All right, I'm going to have a think, and then I guess we're gonna go give this verdict.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, chat. I'm gonna go formulate my thoughts.
Shop's pretty nice.
Chill out and you know what, you guys, mods, you can put it back in emo only. But I'm gonna take it out for now so you guys can talk while I'm
good to see.
while I'm away.
They're not really good. They're more so just kind of like.
Actually, you know, that's probably a bad
ways
idea.
of me to
I should
write
probably
down,
be
like, the
here.
important things that were said by people. Key
I turn off
phrases,
emo only.
Still, that's true. You know.
All right.
And, you know, if
3
you
or
want
4
any
minutes, chat.
Pointers on that kind of stuff. I can always take a look at them if you want. But in the short term, after this, I'm just thinking about going to the Liquid Library and forgetting most of what I heard today.
It sounds like a good time, actually.
Yeah, I'll come with.
After this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come for a drink, sure.
Oh yeah, why not?
you know, I still think that there's a really interesting sense of irony in the fact that myself and Murphy are working cases together like 9 years later.
Yeah. You know, after all the back and forth y'all had, now here you are working together.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point in my career when I was thinking about strangling this man out behind the courthouse. He's the only one. He would drag me into the courtroom every week with another fucking every fucking week. Long time ago, though.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, that was Murphy's definitely made me feel that way a time or two as well. But you know, it's all business, and you know, he was just acting in the best interest of his clients.
Yeah,
That's what I mostly tell him. Tell myself.
That's why he was one of the best defense lawyers in the business.
That's true. It's true. Best ones, you know, if you don't get under someone's skin, you're not doing your job the right way.
That's right.
So what have you been up to, Brett? What else have you had going on?
I met a new massage therapist actually.
Oh yeah, how's that
Yeah,
going?
it's pretty good. Actually, it's pretty good. He's really strong.
It's not
very
Tanner.
qualified. It's not Tanner, no.
Okay.
He likes how do I explain this? He really likes to weightlift, you know?
Oh, okay. You got
And
one
he
of
likes
those
his knives.
bodybuilder types. And knives.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I mean, who doesn't like knives? Oh,
Yeah,
who
he's
doesn't?
he's an avid knife collector.
Yeah, I've got a few knives back at the house. You know, butterfly knives, switchblades, variety. You know, I like to have a little bit of variety in my life.
Yeah.
Don't forget to pick up your items with the courthouse, all right? That motherfucker gonna hold that shit and give it to one of his big mamas or something, all right?
Yeah.
I'm good.
Thanks. Actually, you just reminded me. I should probably, you know, maybe after the liquid library, I might need to head to the gym or something. You know,
Yeah, you probably should. It's good to keep in good health.
gotta stay fit, right?
I try to spend at least half an hour in the gym minimum a day.
Yeah. I try to too, but just this week has been so busy, right? Really need to start making time for myself, that kind of stuff. What the hell?
What?
No, all these people just started yelling at the same time.
Oh, whoops! I left my display cap on.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be here in this lovely waiting room?
I know I want to be here.
You want to be here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not here, but I mean like here. You know, I like to be here.
Yeah, I like to be here. Good, Murphy?
Yeah, let's do it.
Do it.
Okay, chat. First big case as a judge. Let's go wrap it up.
As you should.
Time.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's time.
Big Joe. Wait, let's wait.
Come back in, everyone.
We'll be fine.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello. How are you?
Hello, Your Honor.
Very much.
Oh,
Oh shit.
I got a round.
Yes. What? Guilty.
Bobby, you should probably come inside. You should probably.
Shit, we're about to find out. Oh, you have a ride?
You don't want to know what happens?
I want to know what happened. Who stabbed you?
I like surprises.
Well, then come find out what the surprise is.
All right. Order in the court. We're reconvening this matter. I've concluded my deliberations with Judge Angel, and there was a great deal of material to go over in detail, and a number of key issues to sort out. But this has been quite a case. Feels like at the onset of this case that I've been asked to either legalize knife play or legalize kink shaming. I'm not going to do any of that today. What I am going to do is examine what is a flawed case from both sides with a lot of inconsistency and more than likely a lot of dishonesty from witnesses on both sides. Things that don't add up, things that were later recanted, things that were denied. And these are the key facts that I think are going to decide this case. The video of the stabbing in multiple reviews brought up some fascinating questions about, I guess, plausible deniability. Lilith Folker instructs Vivek to leave before this attack takes place. Now, that brings up the question of her motive for doing so. From a common sense perspective, it would tend to indicate that she either wants him to be safe and away should any trouble arise, or she wants to hide what she is doing from him. And without any way of knowing one way or the other, I'm not sure what his level of prior awareness is to her intentions in this video. And again, the accounts that we heard here today for the motives for the meeting, the motives for why anyone did what they did on that day are all varied and conflicting. And the wording of the charge for accomplice is clear in that Mr. Vivek wouldn't necessarily need to be there to be charged as an accomplice, especially after the fact. So we had to examine, more so than any testimony, what occurred after the fact with these suspects. And it has been demonstrated in this courtroom that Mr. Vivek, as well as Ms. Folker, did change their stories multiple times, first denying that they had even been there, and then proceeding with this knife play affirmative defense. So with that in mind, it calls into question Vivek's prior awareness as he's being told to leave the scene of this crime, alleged crime. As for the other video, while not completely damning the footnote video of Carmine, it does not necessarily irrefutably prove a conspiracy to fabricate the knife story. It does demonstrate that multiple stories were being discussed, which is enough to reasonably conclude that multiple parties were in collusion to create a narrative for this court case rather than simply tell the truth. And while that is disconcerting, if I were to charge any one of you with perjury, I would probably have to find a burden of proof high enough to look at all of you who testified today and likely have to charge many of you. So we're not going to deal with perjury, but I would say that probably most of the people who testified today were dishonest about something. But back to the defendants and the charges, I do find that the knife story is implausible based on the supplementary evidence supporting its fabrication following the initial incident. So with that in mind, I will be finding Miss Lilith Folker guilty of all charges. And Mr. Vivek, again, because you did change your story multiple times, that did cross me over in terms of reasonable doubt to find you guilty as well.
Oh my!
Justice is
Thank you,
served,
Judge.
baby.
That is the ruling of this court.
Woke Bob wins.
That is the ruling of this court.
Bob is taking over Los Santos, everybody.
Quiet down.
January 6th is
Quiet down.
State City Hall. January 6th, City Hall. I'll see you there, January 6th. We're taking back our city.
Fuck mob,
Mr.
silencing
Ramaswamy,
us
face away from me,
all.
sir. Mr. Ramaswamy, Miss Lila, face away from me.
January 6th.
Put him in
And Benjamin.
Wow, I can't believe
All right.
there's open conspiracy.
Thank you all for your time today. You've all been amazing. The gallery has been very well behaved. Round of applause for everyone.
The judge hates our freedom.
I
Aiming.
do not
will
hate
not be
anything,
silenced.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Max Vivek.
This is
Our officers vest on and surround them.
case.
Good luck, Barrick.
Total fraud.
Okay.
Maximilian melatonin or a total fraud.
Monster
Max.
You hate to see it.
Ronnie, let us down.
What the sentence was.
I'm sorry. There's so many people talking. I can't hear you.
That's okay.
Go ahead.
I just was wondering what the sentence was.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bench
Or
trial.
statutory times and fines.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Cops do that.
Hey, fair enough.
You want me to look up each charge for you? You can do that.
Oh, that's quite all right. Thank you, though. Thank you both for your time. I appreciate
Gonna
you.
retweet my twat.
Yeah.
$1 million bread
Yeah,
for
it's
mayor.
when did you get brought in on this case?
A couple of days ago, I think.
Okay. Oh, good job. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Are you
One-
are you just a prosecutor? Do you work for the PD?
Not officially, no. I might be taking on more of their cases, though. They have any more, I suppose.
Alright. Cool. You did a pretty decent job on this one.
Oh, thank you.
I think that you should probably work on your questioning a little bit.
It was pretty sloppy by the prosecution. That is true.
No, you're not entirely wrong. I will admit, never mind. Hey, listen, what was your name again? I don't think we've officially met.
Judge Brittany Angel.
Loki,
very nice to
I
meet
think
you.
this would be a great decision for an appeal.
Hey,
If they
listen, I
wanted
won't
to
keep
appeal
any
it,
time.
I
Thank you
think
both.
I
You're
think
very
that
welcome.
would be
Take care.
fine. But I'm not gonna do a mistrial after all that time.
Angry mom.
Just because things get rushed with impatience and
fine.
stuff like that. Wait, what's up?
I said, hopefully we don't get killed by an angry mom.
It's always possible.
It is. I guess it is always possible. You're right. You want to go get that drink?
Yeah, let's go do that.
All right. Oh, you did a really good job on this one, Murphy.
You both did.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
It did. It did.
Should I stay here just in
It's just
case?
politics.
Like,
You both did a great job.
okay.
Oh, he did all the hard work.
I mean, this I had some other things planned when I woke up today, and this was not what I was expecting to be doing. So, and I knew nothing about this case going into it, so it went okay. It's tricky.
It was very tricky, yeah. I'm really interested to see how this upcoming DACA case will go.
Yeah,
Part of me wonders if
I
they're
don't
even gonna
really
keep pushing it.
know why you push it at this point.
I agree.
Claiming political assassination, but then here's his character besmirched in the court of law.
Yeah, I agree.
You hate to see it. I wish there wasn't a fucking mayor case tied up in this bench trial, but there was. And it can't really affect.
You gonna go to sleep, Murphy?
No, I'm gonna stick around for a bit, but I'm gonna probably go to chambers for a couple of minutes and
Hey, Murph, can I ask you a question?
yeah, absolutely, anything.
So did you not charge them with perjury because everyone there would have to get perjury?
Yeah, and then I would, like I said, I would have to like, find a standard of proof for that and retry everybody and all,
Better, yeah, but give Bobby Charles a little chance to live his life. He was the victim
Exactly.
after all. I understand.
Yeah. Gonna be around for a bit.
Well, probably just a little bit. Getting late.
Where do I get my shit?
That was a long and tiring.
Yeah, that was. All right. So, that went pretty long. Unfortunately, gonna have to wait on our original plan till tomorrow, or next best day. But we're gonna stick around and stream for a bit longer, see what's going on in the city, talk to chat about the case, and man, that was like that was unexpected a lot. I was just expecting, I don't know what I was expecting with that case, because I just got kind of thrown into it. Where's the fucking office? Here we go. Is my shit scuffed? Okay, there we go. So I mean, yeah, I mean, if everybody had a good time, I think that went pretty well. I'm sure some people are gonna be bummed out that the outcome influenced the mayor election. There's not too much I can do about that. I can't rule the case based on it's sad that somebody's gonna miss out on that for a bit, or whatever's gonna happen with that, you know. And who knows what could be worked out. We'll see what RP comes of that, and if they appeal it, they could appeal it. I'm pretty sure. So, maybe Malton will want to take up that torch for them. They did get screwed also by their lawyer being conflicted. There are a lot of circumstances around the case that they could work to their advantage. This doesn't necessarily have to be the end of it for them. And I have never had an issue. A lot of judges, like if someone tries to go after a warrant they signed or something historically, or a decision, they kind of take it personally. If I make a decision and it's like not the best decision, or it could have been better, and someone wants to appeal it, and something comes to light that changes how to look at it, like, I'm fine with that. That's how it works. Like, that's how it's supposed to be. So, you know, I've never been shy about being wrong, you know. It's like basketball, you know, you can miss a bunch of times, and you know, if you stop shooting because of it, then you've already lost. You should just quit. You got to keep shooting. So, you know, it's like in the DOJ, people throw around a lot of ideas, and you know, if no one gets all of their ideas used, you got to go for like a high percentage. So you never be afraid to be wrong, and always try to learn something if there was something better you could do. But I think under the circumstances and given the case that I was handed, yeah, I think I can't argue out of the outcome there. So it is what it is. I mean, no one used to appeal back in 3.0 because it would take forever, right? I think like there's a lot of interest in this, and there's not a whole lot of other court RP going on. So if they wanted to appeal, they could probably have it in court in a week or something. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, that would not bother me. Like if it turned out that like I missed something, because initially I was like, okay, this video, he's not there. And I'll be honest with you, this right here, like, an accessory is generally not present at the actual crime and may be subject to lesser penalties than an accomplice or principal. So, you know, even there, like, I'm right on that line semantically where, like, where like just because he lied because he was scared to get in trouble, you know, it doesn't necessarily make him an accessory. But with the total amount of bullshit that was thrown at this case, it was just too sus, too much sus. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just barely enough with all the issues with the prosecution's case. I'll tell you that much. For me, for my sensibilities. And again, I don't like to reward bad work. I don't want to call it bad work. That's too mean. But like sloppy casework that creates a lot of reasonable doubt. The more reasonable doubt that the prosecution creates, the less that I kind of want to help them. Because, like, I mean, let's be serious. Let's be real for a second. Pretty much everyone is guilty, and I know that. I know that out of character. So when the prosecution goes out and is just spewing reasonable doubt into the air, it's kind of hard to not like punish that, because like you kind of have such an advantage as prosecution. The defense really has to bring it usually. And the defense really did bring it. Like, they came up with like really cool stuff. I loved the narrative, like the entire story. Like, I was super interested in the entire case the entire time, and all the evidence. I had a lot of fun with it. So the defense sort of like put forward a really good, maybe not good in a legal sense, but like good in a fucking role play sense. Put up a really solid effort to bury this and make it about kink shaming and all this kind of stuff, and that's fucking really funny, and it's really entertaining. But from a legal standpoint, yeah, there's just a few too many things that pointed in the other direction. He got thrown that defense in like a few hours. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive, actually. It could have been a mistrial. The thing is that no one motioned for a mistrial. I'm not gonna like just decide it's a mistrial. You know what I mean? I don't know that I've ever seen anyone just decide it's a mistrial, except maybe like in the middle because of some procedural thing that can't be ignored. I don't know, but I've never really seen that done typically, where the judge just like decides the game. So calling a mistrial without either the prosecution or the defense actually being like, let's have a mistrial. I think that actually I would definitely say that if I were Malton, I would have motioned for a mistrial sort of right at the end, just as a last ditch. But since so much was riding on their version of the story being the truth, it wouldn't have made much sense for him to do that. But if someone was going to motion for a mistrial, it would have had to be Malton. But yeah, man, that whew. You know, we didn't get to do our original plan today, but we did get to do some fucking huge RP, that's for sure. So, hope you guys enjoyed it. Who got choose wisely. Mistrial, though, just restarts everything and just drags it on. I think the appeal is better. Yeah, the appeal is, if they want to appeal it on a number of different things, just from being a lawyer for so long, there's a bunch of different things you can appeal a case on, for sure. Did you get arrested? Yo, Loki, thank you for gifting that sub. Dudes, everybody who was like gifting subs and stuff throughout the court case, I really appreciate you all. Sorry I was like focused on the case. I was just doing my best to get it right. We got over 100 subs again. Fucking poggers, boys. We've just like pretty much started streaming pretty consistently again. And we're gonna try to keep that up into the new year. And we're already seeing a difference here. And the RP has just been so lit that I'm kind of addicted to roleplay again. So it's been real easy. I've been sleeping fewer hours, just waking up thinking about roleplay, which hasn't happened in a long time. I've been roleplaying for 10 years, and I think it's been a few since I was like no-lifing RP and like just addicted to it and just wanting to get in and do it every day. So for the first couple weeks of 4.0 have just been amazing. Between like the divorce arc and just people's vibe, like I've been saying it every day, like it's just been real good. So I hope you guys enjoyed that court case. I need to go get food. Or I'm gonna die. Or I am gonna die. My only question is, how did they prove that the IC video was actually recorded? Look, when it comes to stuff like that, like Sab is an admin, so like I trust that whatever video he's like putting in my courtroom is like not a bannable offense. So that's basically how that works. I'm not you know what I'm saying? So I didn't really question it like that. I'm not gonna be like, oh well, it's not a selfie video. Like if it's fine, it's fine. I don't know. Cell phones have cameras, yeah. But if you're in a car, you have to like make compromises. So like you have it, but maybe there's not a mechanic for it. So can you use it? So I think maybe just the answer ended up being it's fine, and everyone was fine with it. I don't know. I was not involved in this case until it happened. So I don't know how that was ruled upon or if there was any issues with it. All I know is that was a admin on the server, so if it was a bad video, he probably wouldn't have put it there. So is this actually my car? I think my car is just gone, dude. I think my car was stolen or towed. Yeah. Yup. I'm gonna call a goober. Fuck, dude. I need to go to the hospital. Nice, dude. Nice. I actually welcome that crash because it gives me an excuse to just go wake up at the apartments. Free trip to car rental, boys. Brasherino. All right, we're not in court anymore. Let me change up the music a little bit. I'm a little more pep and step. Yeah, guys, I hope you enjoyed the case. Like I said, it's not really what was on the agenda today, so it kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. Which is you know, it is what it is. Hope I did okay. Hope everybody had fun. Hope everybody who was watching in the gallery wasn't too bored. I think it was a really fun case. Did I have fun with the trial? I wasn't like thinking about whether I was having fun or not. I was just doing my best to listen. As a lawyer, I would be probably distracted by chat a lot more and talking a bit more. But as a judge, like, I'm trying to take notes, and then I got to tab back in to push to talk, and then I got to do, watch the video. So I'm sort of multitasking a bunch and listening, because I got to try to get it right. So it's just it's kind of like you focus up. It's not like fun or not fun. It's just I'm just trying to do the best I can to absorb what people are trying to tell me and show me, and respond to objections and stuff. It has been a while since I've been like super active in the DOJ, or as a judge especially, so not gonna say that I'm not a little rusty. But yeah, I mean, I've done this a while, so it's kind of like riding a bike. I'm not gonna go to the apartments. I'm gonna call this goober. Cause I gotta go to the hospital anyway. Yeah, thanks everybody who's been coming through throughout this RP and just showing love. I love those characters. I hate to see it, but I called it like I see it. Yeah, never say never. Like, honestly, appeal, no appeal. The mayor race hasn't even like started yet, right? So, like, officially. So we'll see like what the fallout is. It is fun to speculate though. So like,
Okay, that makes sense.
Since in building, okay to take off.
hello.
Hello.
Hi. I think there are doctors in the back if you want to
Fossil.
see the doctor.
Yeah.
Fossil.
Thank you.
Fossil.
Plays right into their RP. Yeah, I figured they weren't sweating it. Oh, hello. Could I get a little help?
Seems to be the problem, sir.
Well, I am not feeling too well. I just did like a 4-hour-long bench trial, and I'm really hungry, but I was having chest pain before I was hungry, so.
Ooh, yeah, does look like you're take a little bit of these Tums for the chest pain, and see.
I think I'm sorcerer. Let's go.
Oh, geez. I mean, were you not eating? It looks like your appetite's been bad.
Yeah, like I said, 4-hour bench trial.
All right. Well, let me know how those Tums kick in, as well as I gave you some. I just kind of prescribe Adderall to everyone, so let me know how that works.
Nice. I bet it'll work really well. Thank you. I gotta run though. I gotta go get a burger, or I'm gonna be right back here. All right, let's get this goober. Pick up. Oh, mark through GPS. I don't know where do I gotta check the map? South Rockford Drive. All right, let's go away for this this goober. Fuck. Fuck me running. All right. Well, is there anybody that we can call? All right, I'm just gonna get to walking, dude. Where's the hamburger place? Maybe if I go back to City Hall, someone will show up and I can get a ride from them. Sonya? Yeah, I don't think I'm going on any more rides with Sonya for a bit. Things have been getting awfully stabby. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like you want to keep eating it though. You don't want to be calling her for a ride. That's some like that's some L behavior right there.
Unfortunately,
You know what I'm saying though? Like
has glued itself to my face, so I can't.
that wouldn't be the worst option. But I feel like Murphy's stock goes down in her estimation by like 50% if he calls her asking for a ride. Excuse me.
Howdy. I cannot see you.
You cannot see me?
I currently have a book glued to my face, so unfortunately I'm having a hard time seeing that. There you are. Howdy.
All right, fair enough.
Mr. Braun?
Yep.
Now,
Yeah.
question, do you remember me this time?
I just did a 4-hour bench trial, so I don't
That's
really... I just, like, all I care about is that I need a ride to go get food. You can tell me who you are if you take me a ride to... You said you have a book stuck to your face. That means you literally actually can't help me, can you?
I also didn't come here by car. I walked.
Okay. Alright.
That's unfortunate. I need food too,
Gotta make this call, okay? Because I need to eat food. God damn it, Norman is always on the phone.
Hey, wait, I can call somebody. Howdy, Miss Pendragon. I had a favor to ask. Do you have a car right now? Oh shit. Are you currently on the job? Damn it. Mr. Braun and I are trying to get to food somewhere, and we're stuck at the city hall.
No, I'm
Alright,
trying to
that's
get
fine.
food.
Yep. Thank you. Goodbye, Miss Pendragon. Shouldn't have asked an EMS if they'd be available. That's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's not. It's never gonna work. All right. I guess I just go wait for Norman to get off the phone. Should probably be never.
Is he normally on the phone that often?
I mean, he wears a Bluetooth. All right, I can't be talking about Norman's Bluetooth all day. I got to keep looking for options here. I don't want to end up back in the hospital for like the third time in 24 hours. Okay.
You got Moses Khan on the yellow pages going for Goober. Or Matt. Oh, wait a minute. Howdy, Mac. We were just talking earlier. Could you come on back to City Hall? I need a ride, and so does a fellow next to me. All right.
Hey, how are you doing, Jason?
All right, we'll head on over there. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yo, seriously, guys, thanks for all the love today.
I
Thanks
just
for all the
hung
new
up. I
follows
feel bad.
and
I got Mac
big sub
McCormick,
bombs
the
and stuff.
tow driver coming by.
What'd you say? I wasn't paying attention.
I got Mac McCormick, a tow driver, coming by.
Okay, that's a two-seater. What does that get us?
You can go on ahead. I'm probably gonna go walk back and take a nap.
Okay, all right.
Actually, that may be him right there in the little car.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm not getting in that trunk. You can go on ahead. Howdy, Mac.
Hey, how's it going?
Could you take Mr. Braun here over to Senior Bones or wherever he needs? I'm still going to take a nap. He just needs somebody.
Oh, okay.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, you can just take me to the car rental place. That'd be great.
Yeah, over at the
good one.
apartments.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
No worries,
I'm
no
just
worries.
like really hungry, and there's no Goober drivers right now.
I wouldn't trust Goober anyway. That's why I've, made my own little enterprise.
Oh, good for you. You know, it's right
I realized-
environment for it.
Well, I tried to take a Goober once, and it assigned me a driver, and the driver never moved.
Oh, this guy running down the street.
Adam, what are you doing?
Hi.
Why
Do
are
I
you
know
in the
you?
middle of the road?
I'm
Yeah,
just.
we work
I'm.
at Senior Buns.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just going. I'm out there. I'm putting one foot in front of the other, and eventually ended up exactly where I need to be. I don't know where that is yet, but I'm gonna get there.
You're in the middle of the road, though. Maybe you want to take it over to the sidewalk. And then you
No,
can
that's
run
the
in.
day. That's where people die. People die on the sidewalk every day, but nobody dies in the road.
No, they do. I witnessed it very much earlier today. Multiple
Nobody
times.
dies in the
No,
road.
See, what you're thinking is the racer. They're flying around. They're all zoom right, and they're all trying to get everywhere so fast, and they'll just use the whole road and the sidewalk and whatever. But they're always looking for
Yeah,
things
that's
not
true.
to hit. But so if you're on the road, they can see you so clearly. They'll just go around you. But if you're on the sidewalk, well, their car probably flying out of control already, and it's gonna run you over.
You know, I hate that your logic is actually right on this one.
Yeah, it's the safest place to be.
But just do watch out for those intersections, Adam. Okay.
Okay. You hungry?
All right. The guy in the passenger seat's actually hungry.
You want some food?
No, yeah, fine.
Okay.
He's
Hi, my
Sorry.
name's Adam.
Sorry, it's just like I had to like stop for a second because usually when someone is like, "Oh, do you want some food?" I take the food and then like very soon I have the same problem. So I'm like, "Yeah, I do really need it now, so I'll take it." But I just want to go
okay.
to the food store and get food for later and now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we
Okay.
gotta go, Adam. See you later.
Okay, goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Have a nice day.
Be careful in the road. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, someone will be like, oh, I have some food. And it's like, well, you know, I still, nonetheless, want to go to the burger place.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. I just thought that would tide you over till you get there, you know.
Yeah.
Plus, I know that the food he had was good because we made it for him. He got 12 orders of fries and water.
Huh.
12 orders.
I thought you could only order, like, two per customer.
Well, if you're getting a full combo.
Oh, okay.
So if you're just getting fries, like, basically it's 6 items per order is the limit. So that's why we see 2 combos. But you could make an order of 6 fries or 6 drinks or 6 burgers, you know?
Yeah.
Also, I actually hate that he was not incorrect about the safe. Oh wait, did you need to get cash out?
This
for a
is
rental?
perfect. Yeah, I do need to get cash out.
Yeah, I just that used to dropping people here to get cash.
Yeah. Speaking of which, do I owe you anything for your time, man?
50. Do you got? Is $50 okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, good.
That's the other thing, Chad. I just had to go fuck around and give Max a major win. Give me 1 second.
That's okay. You did the same thing I did, didn't you? You pulled the whole stack out your pocket.
Yeah. There you go, man.
Thank you. Thanks for the tip, man.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for the ride.
Yeah, of course. Anytime if you need us.
What was your name, sir?
Mac, M-A-C-K. You can
M-A-C-K.
find me in the yellow pages if you need taxis.
All right, thanks a lot, Mac.
No worries.
Yeah, you know, I definitely didn't want to do that for my own reasons too, because, you know, justice or no justice, Murphy just handed a fucking dub to young Dab. But that's something I like to call integrity. Okay? A complete lack of bias. It's rare. Is my character pro Max? Well, Max is dating Murphy's ex-wife. So, not at the moment, no. Not at the moment. I wouldn't say that, Ollie. He's your enemy. Siobhan is our enemy. Siobhan is Murphy's enemy. Max is like peripheral to that. Max, in Murphy's eyes, like Max is just like a weapon that Siobhan is using to cut him to pieces. Okay, so like that's kind of where the character is. Murphy sees Max as someone who's potentially useful in the future. If he's a piece on his side of the board, you know, if he gets elected mayor, he's gonna have to like work with him and stuff, probably in some capacity. So, kind of has a pragmatic view about Max, open-minded about him, at least in the long term. But Siobhan is definitely the enemy. Yeah, but he didn't cause the divorce. It's not his fault, it's her fault. Well, it's also Murphy's fault, I guess, but Murphy would never say that it was his fault. It's her fault. She's the one who did the divorce. It's not... No. No, that's where you're wrong. Murphy is way more vindictive. Have you ever thought about it this way, Ollie? By not responding, Murphy looks so much better than Siobhan does right now. So, if Murphy was going around like, fuck you, Max, punching him in the face, doing all the same stuff on Twitter, as everybody else, like, you know, he's winning the PR war in a big way by being very professional and not giving a fuck. Not giving a fuck is winning. Because Murphy is all up in Carmela's guts instead of giving a shit. Instead of, like, fighting young Dab, you know? If he was fighting young Dab, it would be sad. Carmela's just more outwardly hostile than most. No, I mean, like, look, there's times where it's time to throw down, right? There's times when it's like, oh, this is on you, man. We're fighting now. But like the marriage was over when he got there. So it's just kind of like, whatever. The important thing is that Murphy got a smooth transition. Nice New Year's Eve weekend affair with Carmela to kind of rebound immediately, and he avoids just being cheated on for a long period of time before being divorced. So, yeah, he comes out looking pretty good in all this. And we're kind of in the dark at this point about what's going on with the everything that happened with Siobhan and representing those two. But you know, she's in a bit of hot water there. And has made things substantially worse for herself by twatting out a bunch of you know, evidence. Did Murphy feel like any collusion happened between Shiv and Max to make this trial fall apart last second? Want to help Vivek in any way? I didn't. I mean, they just looked like they were watching the case. I didn't realize that they were like what do you mean, critics? Like what collusion? Could you like give me context? And like I know Mr. K went up there and said that like the knife was given to Max. That's the only mention of Max in the whole thing. Well, yeah, I mean, all that kind of stuff is going on. But there's only so much that you can like actually prove or argue in court in like 3 or 4 hours. So every question just leads to more question when everybody's conspiring and colluding and, you know, fighting each other and all that stuff. So I don't know. All I know is that Siobhan was potentially conflicted while representing them, and there's a lot being sort of looked into around this whole case that because I did the case, I don't get to, I'm in the dark about, and also because Murphy is Siobhan's ex. Basically, Murphy had to do this case because, like, everything surrounding this case is being investigated by everybody else. I think that's pretty much how I got like just kind of shoved into this. And she's the reason it's a bench trial. I really like, basically Captain Slacks called Murphy and said that it was a bench trial. I seriously never got any like details throughout this, because like I handed it off because it was Siobhan's case, but then Siobhan dropped the case, and then I just assumed like maybe someone else would do it today earlier, and I didn't know it was like a huge case. I didn't know what kind of case it was at all. I just figured it was I figured it was not going to happen today because of what happened with Siobhan, and then it was going to go another day because maybe they found a lawyer, maybe they didn't. I had no inclination that the case would actually happen, or that it would go back to being my case. So when I got on today, I was like, I'm going to do something completely different that, by the way, you didn't miss out, because everyone would have been at that case anyway. Everyone that I was going to roleplay with, something that I had planned, was just in that case. So I would have been at that case anyway. So we didn't miss out, except that it's getting a bit late. So we'll probably have to try that tomorrow. But what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. It's one of the craziest cases I've seen in GTA RP. This is worse than the block trials and stuff. I mean, how so? Man, now it's over. It's funny how Kay was trying to get Bobby and Carmine to tell the truth. Need to catch up on the Rosa lore. I know something was going on with them and the conversation involving Vinny, but not the details. Well, Rosa was around on New Year's, and New Year's was pretty poggers. Like, basically, all three of the VODs from over New Year's are banger RP, so definitely catch up if you enjoyed the stream today. Everything that happened from our POV over New Year's, because it was so fucking funny. It was so fucking funny. What kept this from being a mistrial? I'm not going to declare it a mistrial. If somebody motioned for a mistrial, I may have decided to do a mistrial. If I had to like think about whether to do a mistrial or not instead of trying to decide the case. But to have like, I don't know, like 60 people stand there for 4 hours and like 10 of them, do some really fun RP for that time, and then just be like, at the very end, I'm just deciding that it's a mistrial. So like, there are situational mistrials where like the judge might say, okay, that's it. Like if somebody runs into the courtroom and like shoots the key witness, and no, I'm trying to think of an example of like a real life example where somebody says something or does something in court and it's like immediately a mistrial. But my brain is fried from all the judge think, so I can't. Like, I'm usually fucking chat. I am usually useless after a court case. That's why I only do one a day if I can. But there are definitely things that come to light. Okay. Oh, actually, I came up with a roleplay example. Do you remember that case in 3.0 when Den Shiesty got sued by GSF for like police brutality and fucking I'm drawing a blank. Vinny's cop character was found to have like edited the report or something like that. And that resulted in a mistrial, I think. And it like something came to light and it was a mistrial. I'm pretty sure. Minio. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a case where it was a mistrial. Like right then and there. Yeah, Dan. Yeah, he edited the report. So I don't even know. Like, I would like to know if we would have won that case or not. I forget if we ever came back and like finished it. Hey.
Don't mind the man that drove up to the door outside. I'm clocking off.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I'm already clocked off, so why am I here at work?
Yeah, exactly. Go home and enjoy your night, Murphy.
Yeah, I just kind of realized that my brain is fried. I have no like.
All right, yeah. Go home and have a
Yeah.
good one.
Yeah, you too. Whose favor was the mistrial in? It was
Where you want to go?
I don't know. Anywhere is good.
it was in favor of GSF. Cause yeah, he edited the report, and when that came up in court, that was that. Like, it just like invalidated everything. I still don't. Wait, no, I did get. God, I'm so scatterbrained right now. But yeah, no, it was good to get back into the courtroom on a bigger stage again. Even though even though it was a bench trial, it was good to have like a big case with lots of energy and stuff like that as a judge again. Because even when I was a judge, chat, I would like I was not active as a judge, so I'd be on Murphy doing lawyer shit. So all the big cases would generally go to the other judges, and I wouldn't even like try to take that. I would take like neglected cases or cases no one wanted or things like that, because I'm double dipping, you know, when I was a judge and a lawyer at the same time. So I'm generally used to taking like either like cringe cases as a judge, really kind of small and simple cases as a judge that have been sitting around for a while that like no one has wanted to pick up, and just sort of shepherding really like weird cases into the fucking dead letter office or whatever you want to call it, the fucking closed pile. Fuck. I still never went to the burger place. I'm gonna go to the burger place, and then I'm gonna just chill with you guys for a bit longer. We'll probably end the stream at the restart.
These are very custom. Yeah, these are very custom. Yeah, so she said that this would end up costing 3,000, which is like giving you a big discount.
Wasn't Murphy Carmela's lawyer for the Nines case? There was a case that Carmela was involved in that it got delayed, and then she ended up doing a plea deal, I think. I forget if I was her lawyer in a case like that, but I know I'm pretty sure I've been her lawyer generally, right? I've definitely been in court with Carmela, but I don't know if I did a Nines case for her. I've seen you in 3.0, but never followed you much. Are you a full-time streamer? I have been, and I'm trying to be again now. We've just been getting back into roleplay and streaming after a bit of a break. But definitely trying to do it full time if we can keep having some like really good content going for you guys, because it seems like people are enjoying what we're doing, and you know, we're doing the judge thing, and it's, you know, we're putting our time in trying to help people out and being an asshole in Murphy's personal life, creating RP spaces for people to play in. So, you know, as long as we're vibing, I don't see why not, because things have been really awesome this entire past 2 weeks, and they're really just starting to pick up. Do I have real life experience in practicing law? No, I do not. Though I've always wanted to represent myself in an unimportant court case. So like if I got sued for like $50, I would probably opt to represent myself and see how that goes. You guys seem very matter-of-fact and stuff when it comes to court matters, which is nice. Most of the 3.0 experience was watching ridiculous bench trials that went pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, this was obviously a pretty big deal of a bench trial. So, and we had crashes and stuff that kept us from being a little more timely. I think that could have probably been almost cut in half, if not for the crashing issues that we had. So, take that for what it is. No one seemed bored, so I'm pretty happy about that, because it was a bit long, but you know, that is what it is. I don't think every bench trial is necessarily going to follow that pattern. So I'm not too not every bench trial is going to be that consequential either. So I think we'll keep things to time for the most part. Keep people moving along their way. I'm liking 4.0 a lot. I hope we can see some bug fixes in the near future that'll probably make everyone's life a lot easier. There's a lot of scuffles going around early launch, sort of usual. So, you know, just looking forward to a bit of a smoother experience, and that's about it, really.
Car.
How are
Hello,
you doing?
fine gentlemen. Welcome to Senior Buns, where we put buns on your meat and let you eat. How can I help you?
I would like 2 senior burger combos.
Yes, sir. What would you like on your burger?
Ketchup, mustard mayo, pickles, and onions. No tomato,
No
no
cheese?
lettuce. Cheese, please. Extra cheese.
Sounds good. Extra cheese. Alright, sir. What would you like on your fries? Salt? No salt. Spice? No spice. But I feel like you're being spicy today.
You got, what is it, Cajun seasoning?
I would have to ask the kitchen.
Then just salt. Fine.
Okay, just salt. Alright, what would you like as your drink?
Diet E Cola, with ice.
With ice. Sounds good. The order will be $37 after taxes, so when you're ready.
All right, there you
Your
go,
order
sir.
number is 152. 152. Remember, because we won't.
152.
152. Hello, sir, with that beautiful jacket on.
Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much. I would like. Well, do you know how much a combo is?
I mean, I wouldn't say mentored. You know, me and Coop.
Depends on what
Me and Coop did a lot of RP with him, where he learned as a criminal the entire process.
$14
and then he
$20.
became a judge and we trained him up.
Whatever's cheapest.
I wouldn't say I mentored anybody.
Cheapest. All right, sounds good. What would you like on your
When people
burger?
use the word mentor about Murphy, I'm like,
All right, sounds
eh.
good.
True.
And
Real.
water.
And about me
That'll be
as well. I don't.
$16 after taxes, so
I've never been good at that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a lot better at telling people what they're doing wrong than telling people what they're doing well sometimes.
Your order is 153.
Isn't always the most helpful thing in a mentorship. Like sometimes you got to hear it, but you gotta have ways to positively reinforce too.
That's true.
That's kind of why I'm trying to judge things on my
152.
main.
This order's for you.
Thank you very much.
No problem, dog. Have a fantastic day.
You too. You too.
You're so beautiful.
Hey, I have a question. I just got into.
Because I just think, in particular to lawyers, that Murphy is in a much better position to do mentor-like things as a judge than if he's a practicing attorney. You know, basically training is competition. It never made sense, especially when it was unpaid. It's like, wait, you want me to train this person for no money, and then he takes my job away? Like that's just basically how Murphy would feel about it. Where's with these rentals, I never know where I parked, man. Yeah, Rosa was such a good sport. I would say they're probably out of all of Murphy's like paralegals slash you know, fellow lawyers in the firm, that Rosa has probably endured the most like trolling and griefing and just really odd tutelage. Like that time when Murphy was arrested under suspicion of killing a police officer at the apartments by Fingaldan. Well, actually by Kyle Pred, but it's Fingaldan's idea. And brought in to the interrogation room. Rosa got called down as Murphy's lawyer, and Murphy just like refused to tell Rosa like whether he actually did it or not. He was just like, "What do you think, Rosa?" And he was just like trolling her and just like being incredibly difficult while she's like freaking out. Like, this is serious, Murphy. They're charging you with murder. And I'm just like, okay, well, you know, what do you think of that? Like, you know, tell me your thoughts. Like, I'm teaching you. Everything is a lesson. Murphy didn't kill that cop, by the way. Never really found out who did. All right. Let's open up this food bag here. Get ourselves situated. My gosh. My gosh. Yeah, I am sorry that my brain is totally fried now. That's just what happens after a big court case. Sometimes as a lawyer, but definitely as a judge. Takes a lot out of your brain energy. Like turns your fucking brain into mush. I don't know why. It doesn't happen very often when you're a lawyer in a court case, but when you're the judge, I think it like might be the additional pressure on the decision that just like can be a little exhausting. Even if you're not stressed out. It's like I doubt that I like sounded very stressed out, but yet the demand on the was enough to sort of like make me tired and scatterbrained. It's just weird. It's hard to explain to someone who like doesn't roleplay as a judge on a roleplay server such as NoPixel, which is like 99.999999% of people. So I guess just you can't relate. Take my word for it. Did Murphy get to see Rami's first bench trial? Yes and no. I did see Rami self-represent while he was interested in becoming a lawyer in 3.0, and saw him do some stuff around that time. But I haven't seen him aside from him coming to City Hall to talk to the judges. I haven't seen him do any cell reps or bench trials. But I think Rami's good. I think probably like my favorite dark horse picks to big streamers and major community people to be like larger than life like lawyer characters would be Rami and Buddha, because I think Buddha is extremely good at argument as well. He's self-representing. Like if Buddha made a lawyer, it would be over. Yeah, rest in peace, Judge Holden. Rest in peace. But you're still, what I like about this is like you're gonna get the best of both worlds, because like Murphy kind of puts on a Holden when he's like being putting on his best like smug judge. Like when he's in court, he'll be a little more like but for the most part, when he's around people he knows, he's just gonna be himself. A little more relaxed. Holy shit. What a fucking day.
Aside from the one I'm talking about.
Good evening, folks.
Hello, Your Honor.
Your Honor, question for you.
Yeah, what you need?
Isn't it somewhat suspect that the Constitution is specifically stated as applies to Los Santos, but kind of leaves open, like surrounding areas like Sandy Shores and Polito because it's not the state of San Andreas?
Who with the what now? I just did a 4-hour court case.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Constitution is specifically stated as the Constitution of Los Santos, not San Andreas. So does it actually include surrounding areas, Polito Bay and Sandy Shores? Because it doesn't state that it does.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question. I don't know.
All right, good answer. Appreciate you.
I just work here. No, I'm just kidding. Like I really, I'm sure that it does, but
Yeah,
that'll
maybe
be a
an
good
amendment.
it'll be a good question to resolve or bring up when amendments to the Constitution come into place or come into play after the elections. But
fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Appreciate
I don't have a
I didn't expect,
whoever wrote
I didn't
it.
expect you to have a holy shit.
The provisional government wrote that, so you want to ask like Braun and the provisional mayor.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Someone messed up the Constitution, chat. That's the thing about being a judge. Is even if people are like, oh, you don't have the answer to my question, you can't answer questions like that, because then it's like, you know, depending on who it is, it's like the next day someone declares that Polito is not a part of the part of the state of Los Santos, so it's an autonomous, you know, country because I said that shit, not because some organic roleplay caused like a fucking insurrection, like with Sanguine, you know, like a judge says something and says it like definitively to one person, and then like the next day, like everybody's not acting right or something. Like, you gotta be very careful what you say. Never be afraid to say, I don't know. I don't know. Yo, chat, hope you've been enjoying the stream. I'm gonna try to survive a little bit longer with you guys. I'm starting to get a little tired. It's just one of those early days. When we do a court case, it'll probably be about a 5 or a 6 hour stream, because judging a court case definitely deserves a break after. I mean, dude, I got an active chat right now, so I'm just like chilling, seeing if anything comes up, and talking to you guys. You know, it's 30 minutes till restart. I'm fine hanging out another 30 minutes. I'll even put my ad up just in case. They got anything about the presumption of innocence in that constitution? It's pretty bare bones. And again, I think that, you know, it's probably on purpose that it's just very basic right now. Well, like, I'm gonna continue to observe common law type stuff, regardless of if it's in the Constitution as it is today, because I don't see any reason not to. And I'm not gonna like decide a case based on like, oh well, you know, that's not even in the Constitution. Like, a lot of stuff isn't even in the Constitution, but I believe in it, and I'm gonna rule in favor of people having rights. DNA collection. Hello.
Hi.
There's actually more about DNA storage in the Constitution than there is about like anything else. Yeah, you can look at it from the public records desk. Thus, you know, why a lot of people are bringing it up pretty regularly. Oh, whoops. Good old Sonia Summers Twitter message. It's back to hiring. Sonia used to just like hire different people every day to do all of her chores. And she would even pay them most of the money too, but like she would just like pay people to do most of her chores and then make very little money. But while she was also like doing riskier shit. It's actually pretty smart. This is like a good risk mitigation to just set it up so that you're really fairly paying a lot of like people who have nothing and nothing basically to do boring shit for you, like criminal shit. While she like risks it all for a bank or something. Exhausted. Exhausted. April Fools had people pay her to do her chores. Well, that is a hustle right there. That is a hustler. Got brain supplements. My potential dad recommends. Oh man. I don't even think that I can make it to the restart. I'm starting to get sleepy now too. Well, I do hope that everybody enjoyed the court case. It was not what I had planned for the stream tonight, but the court case would have definitely affected that. So it was never going to happen today. But I didn't hype you guys for nothing. So it all worked out. And we had a crazy court case. I had a lot of fun. It was a little sad. It was a little sad to kind of like thwart this like mayor rivalry a little bit, but you know, at the end of the day, got videotaped being at a stabbing and everything else. So it's not exactly the role play that I was expecting today, but it was some high stakes fucking killer role play, and I hope you guys had a good time, and I hope you think that I did an okay job. But if you don't, you know, you're entitled to your opinion as well. Just keep it respectful if you can, because I am only human, and I was thrust in this at the last minute. I appreciate you guys not giving me too much of a hard time, one way or the other, about the decision. And I've seen a lot of people have a really, really awesome spirit about the RP of the whole thing. So appreciate appreciate you guys being cool and chilling with me, and watching the unexpected court case. I'm gonna fucking raid somebody and get the hell out of here because I'm fading quickly. Ugh. Shit. Also, Hog2 getting back over 100 subs today. Really appreciate that, guys. Was not expecting that. Was not expecting that at all. So thank you guys. And I'm going to send you guys over to Speckle, okay? And I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see what the weather looks like for this plan tomorrow. That looked pretty good today. But it'll have to be a surprise because I'm not gonna hype it up again. It'll be another dope ass stream regardless, apparently. So see you then. All right, show Speckle some love. Thank you all the new followers, all the people who gifted subs, and everybody who came and visited from other communities. Love you all. Thank you very much for all the kind words and all the interesting questions, and for keeping me company and enjoying this roleplay. So good night.